Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor to have you at this beautiful house. It's a beautiful house. There's no other house like it. I've seen them all, believe me, and this one is tops. But I'm thrilled to welcome all of you to the South Lawn for the single largest gathering of American farmers that the White House has ever seen, has ever had. And rain or shine, and you don't mind rain, shine. The one thing about farmers, they don't care about that weather. They get out there, it makes no difference. But rain or shine, no one has more grit or greater spirit than the American farmer. We love the American farmer. I just gave you $12 billion. I don't know if you know that or not. You make enough money, it doesn't matter to you, right? But we just provided $12 billion, right, Brooke, for the American farmer. You think Biden would have done that? No, he wouldn't have done. We're delighted to be joined by Secretary of Agriculture, who's doing a fantastic job, Brooke Rollins. Brooke, thank you very much. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Robert, Bobby. EPA Administrator is doing such an incredible job. He's getting those costs down for you, and he's always protecting the environment, but he does it quickly. A real superstar, Lee Zeldin. Thank you, Lee. Great job. And someone everyone loves, and they love in particular the job she's doing, Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Kelly, thank you very much. Thanks as well to John Hoven, Joni Ertz, Pete Ricketts, along with the chairman of the House Agricultural Committee, G.T. Thompson. And I tell you, they're fantastic people. That they are warriors. And representatives, Jim Baird, Randy Feenstra, Monica De La Cruz, Brad Finstadt, Michelle Fishback, Mark Messmer, Victoria Spartz, Frank Lucas, Tracy Mann, Zach Nunn, Adrian Smith, and Derek Van Orden. They're all out here. They want your votes desperately, desperately. They're only here for your vote, you know that. But they're here because actually they did a great job. Those were people that were the most, I would say, the most aggressive for the farmer, which is what we want. Other than me, they were right in there. I was more aggressive than any of them. But also with us is the CEO of Tractor Supply, Hal Lawton, who will soon open the company's 2,500th store in honor of America's 250th. Hal, thank you very much. It was great to meet you at the Oval Office 2 minutes ago. I also want to thank the president of the American Farm Bureau Federation, Zippy Duval. I've known Zippy for a long time. Zippy's been with me right from the beginning, right, Zippy? From day one, he liked Trump. He said, well, I don't know, but I just had a good meeting with him. I'm gonna go with Trump, right? That was in 2015. And very special thanks to the proud young parents of two beloved American institutions, Future Farmers of America and 4-H. Two great things. For 4 disastrous years before I took office, Sleepy Joe Biden and the Democrats in Congress crushed America's farmers with the worst inflation in the history of our country. Prices were going through the roof. So bad, it was so bad what they had done to our country, and by the way, in so many other ways too, borders and everything else. But they crippled the American agriculture industry with brutal restrictions and failed to negotiate even a single new trade deal on your behalf. Not one trade deal was negotiated on your behalf during the Biden administration, and we happen to be the exact opposite. We have so many trade deals, we don't know what the hell to do with them. We need more lawyers. But now the American farmers, ranchers, growers, and producers once again have a true friend and champion in the Oval Office. And in my first year back in the White House, farm income has soared by 20% very quickly. I repealed the Biden EPA's ridiculous water restrictions. You had water restrictions that gave you everything but water. Yet it needed a little water. They wouldn't give you it. It was crazy. To keep federal bureaucrats off your land and out of your pockets. Big deal. With the help of Republicans in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. Already 45% of filers have taken advantage of our new tax provisions with an average refund so far of almost $5,000, a record. In fact, we passed them and people are just starting to see how important they are. It's amazing what's happened. The numbers are, they're reporting that it's much more money than I thought. I tell you, I call it the great big beautiful bill. Is a great big beautiful bill, and it's especially in terms of your tax refunds and your taxes, because it's the lowest tax we pay. It's the biggest tax reduction in the history of our country. It's also the biggest regulation reduction in the history of our country, which as farmers, you know what that means. It means a lot of good things. We made the small business tax deduction permanent, benefiting 98% of America's farmers and ranchers. And thanks to bonus depreciation, farmers can now deduct 100% of the cost of new tractors and all equipment in the first year. In other words, you buy a tractor, you deduct the whole price. Normally it goes over a 38-year period. This is slightly better. You got these tiny little deductions that weren't even worth it. Now you can do it at one time. Only Trump could have gotten you that one. That was a big thing. And in the first term, you know, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country in the first term. We are blowing them away right now. And by the way, we're doing really well in Iran, just so you understand. You know, I mean, how good is our military? How good is our military? Very importantly, we saved 2 million American farms from extinction by virtually ending the unfair estate tax. We've ended the estate tax, or as they call it, the death tax, and you can now keep your family farms in the family. We had a problem. See, these are all people that are clapping that love their children. If they didn't love their children, they wouldn't care about what I just said. But most of you, does anybody not love your child? Because that would be the one person that would have clapped the other way. No, it's a big thing. I would see farmers, and they pass away. They love their life. They love this. There's something about a farmer, maybe more than anybody else. They love that. They love the soil, and they love their farms. And they'd pass away, and they'd have wonderful children, and the children would get hit with this massive tax bill for the value of the farm. Sometimes the farm is very valuable, but the cash isn't so readily available. And they'd go out to a bank and they'd borrow money, and they'd borrow and borrow and borrow to pay the tax. They'd be working for 20 years to pay it off. If they had a bad season, they'd lose their farm. We lost it many, many times. And you'd have actually many, many suicides over it. They would actually commit suicide because they couldn't stand the concept of losing their family farm. And I ended the death tax, or the estate tax, on family farms and small businesses. So I think you're appreciative of that. It was a terrible thing. It's too bad that so many people in the past couldn't have taken advantage of it, because it would have made a lot of happy people out of people that really have had a miserable life. When they lose their farm, they're never the same. They're never the same. And I hope our farmers never forget that every single Democrat in Congress voted against all of the provisions I just mentioned, including the estate tax. And Republicans, all of these Republicans have stood strong and fought hard and gotten it. But the Democrats voted against every single provision that I just mentioned, including the tax reductions and including, frankly, the estate tax. But we delivered. The Republicans delivered for the farmers, and it was not easy because the opposition to farmers by Democrats is very strong. Thanks to our trade deals, you're now sending over $40 billion in American soybeans to China. I want to thank President Xi of China, because we had a deal at 20, and I said, could you do me a favor? It's a big place. Could you double it? And he said, what are you talking about? I said, could you make it 40 instead of 20? And he overrode all of his people. He said, all right, I'll do it. And you got 40 instead of 20. So now you go out and buy bigger tractors. What can I tell you? Remember when that was announced, everybody was surprised? Everybody thought it was going to be 20. He was very good. But the American soybeans are now being shipped to China in record amounts, and we expanded markets for American beef, dairy products, biofuels across Asia, Europe, South America, like we've never had before. Our farmers and agricultural producers do not want handouts. They really don't. The farmers come to my office a lot, and they just, sir, please just give us a level playing field. Others want more than that. They want everything. The farmers want a level playing field, and I talk about it all the time. That's all they want, because you were just the last 4 years before this one, before our great first year. We have records in so many categories, but during the past administration, you were treated really badly, and you were treated badly by the world because you had nobody that cared about defending you. But you want that fair shot and a level playing field, and I'm giving that to you, and I think I'm actually giving you much better than a level playing field. I'm giving you a field that goes like this. Makes it a lot easier for you, the things that we've done. And to further help farmers recovering from the Biden catastrophe, we use money taken from tariffs. The tariffs, we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from the tariffs. And as I said, we gave you $12 billion in farm relief. And that happened just recently because you were hurt by certain countries unfairly. And I said you were unfairly hurt, and we gave you $12 billion, and that made up for it. I'm also asking Congress to quickly pass the new farm bill, and today I'm promising to request additional farm relief for our great patriots in the next funding bill. So we have you taken care of in both instances, and we're pushing very hard for the new farm bill. The Democrats fight us. I don't know the Democrats fight us on farm bills, and they always have. They are not your natural politician. Any farmer that votes for a Democrat is crazy. They are brutal on the farmers. One of the Americans benefiting from our policies and new market access is Joel Vyrek, a fourth-generation farmer from Woolwich Township, New Jersey. Joel, he really has a great story to tell. Please, Joel, come up and tell that story.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak today and for having this event and inviting us all here. I'm a vegetable farmer from Woolwich Township, New Jersey. We farm a few hundred acres where we specialize in Jersey fresh tomatoes. I do that along with my family. Also, I guess most importantly today, as you spoke about the farm bill, I just urge Congress to pass the farm bill. It's vital to everything that we do. Everything from financing to crop insurance, and it's vital to the USDA and the farm credit system. Also, we appreciate the bridge payments, your policy on trade, everything. It's going to help strengthen what we do. So I just want to thank you again for just everything you're doing to make America great again.
You know, while I'm up here, I'm looking around. I love construction. You see all those nice Caterpillars and John Deeres. We have a lot of John Deeres. That's a big dig. And we're building a ballroom. For 150 years, they've wanted, every president said, could we have a ballroom, please? A room where you could have a lot of people. So when the president of China, France, when somebody comes over from the UK, including the king, we have the king coming over very shortly, and King Charles. So we can have like a large room, because the White House is incredible, but it never had a ballroom. And we're building, that'll be the finest ballroom anywhere in the world when it's completed. And I'm just looking at the construction. In fact, if you don't mind, I'll walk over there and look for a little while. Then I'll come back and I'll continue to speak. I love construction. I love building beautiful things. But you're going to have something really tremendously. And thank you, Joel. And every day we're looking for new ways to support our farmers, reduce your costs, and to help lower the price of food for the American family. Last month, we issued a major new rule declaring that farmers have a right to repair your own equipment. Can you believe that one? And that action will save the typical farmer up to $30,000 on major repairs. I mean, I heard about this. I said, you got to be kidding. You don't have the right to fix. These guys can fix anything, but you didn't have the right to fix your own equipment. We ended that rather quickly, and now you do. And I did another thing, and I'll explain it in a second, because we had a ridiculous Washington restriction called the so-called diesel exhaust fluid requirement. Do you know about that? It was a basic disaster. Today, we're announcing new guidelines drastically limiting these ridiculous DEF rules, saving farmers and consumers billions and billions of dollars. And when I was in Iowa recently, I met a man who was the chairman of John Deere, great company. And I asked him, I said, could I ask you a question? We cut a lot of the restrictions, almost all of them, on cars. What have we done for tractors and trucks and different things that you use on the farms? He said, sir, they never got to us. They never did that. I said, well, we're going to have to, that was about 2 months ago. We've worked very hard, and Lee is working on that. It's a top priority. I told him, Lee Zeldin, a top priority. So when you buy a tractor today, you spend 50% of your time fixing the environmental impact statement garbage that's on the tractor. In fact, I buy a lot of things that having to do with farm equipment, where I own clubs and other things. And I said, give me 10-year-old equipment. Do you have any 10-year-old equipment that hasn't been used yet? And whenever they had it, I would buy it, because it was much better than the new stuff, which has so much environmental nonsense on it that it ends up costing thousands of dollars more to produce, and it doesn't work well. Too complicated. And then you'll get somebody that is a farm worker, and he's looking at heavy computerized environmental equipment, and you have where the tractor will turn off if the environmental equipment isn't working. It was an automatic turn off. It did absolutely nothing for the environment. It cost you $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a machine. And to save fuel, many of you are working over massive deposits of fuel. To save a quarter of a glass of fuel, this much, just a little bit, they'll have 2 extra computers in it that never worked. And I said to the head of John Deere, is this a good thing or a bad thing? He said, sir, you have no idea how bad it is. It's made our tractors so complicated. You need a major degree from MIT in order to turn on a tractor. We want to go back to the old way, sir. And I said, I agree with you 100%. And we are working very hard and very quickly to get rid of the horrible chains placed on tractor suppliers. That's a beautiful tractor. That's a gold tractor. Somebody had me in mind. What's that all about? That's a hell of a tractor. I'm looking at this. That's a good one, too, red, white, and blue. But somebody really hit me with that one. That's beautiful. Well, but so we are going to be, Lee, I think we can say, I know you're in the process, cutting out massive amounts of nonsense that are mandated to be put on your tractors and all of your trucks that costs you a fortune. And I know that they're going to do this, and I asked him, you got to promise me one thing. You're not going to take it in profits. You're going to lower the cost of a tractor. I want you to lower the cost, and if they don't lower the cost, you'll let me know, and I'll have to do a big number in those companies, okay? Because they're going to be able to very shortly produce a bigger, better tractor at substantially less money. It's going to be better. It's going to be a better tractor at substantially less money. It's going to be more reliable. It's not going to be turning off every 15 seconds because a computer went haywire that you don't need. You're going to have a better tractor for less money, but I want John Deere and Case and all of their great companies, Caterpillar. I want all of them. Got a lot of Caterpillars in there all over the place. I look forward to seeing them later. But I want these companies to give it to you in the form of lower tractor and equipment costs. And I think it's going to have a huge impact. And Lee, when you do this, I really want you to mandate to the companies to sell the equipment cheaper, not to get the same price and make a spread of, could be $6,000 or $7,000 a machine. So we'll work on that together, okay? Thank you very much, everybody. I think it's going to be a great thing. We're working on it very hard. So Americans love our farmers, and to make it easier for consumers to choose products raised by ranchers like Michael, we recently announced a brand new food label It's product of the USA. I love that. Product of the USA. We have another one called Made in the USA. That's better for a car. I like U.S. product for the USA. I hadn't heard that, but it's good. They want the USA product. When Americans see those words in grocery stores, they'll know that it was raised, harvested, and processed by the greatest farmers and ranchers anywhere on the face of the earth. You are the greatest. Nobody even close. Just like we have the greatest military, we have the greatest, most powerful military in the world by far. We have the greatest farmers also. Thanks. And thanks to your hard work and incredible productivity, we're slashing the prices of key staples for American families. The cost of cheese, butter, potatoes, and fruit, many, many other products is lower today than when I took office. Eggs are down, as an example, 60% from when I took office. And we have others coming down, and beef is starting to come down. Beef was an amazing thing. I was told by Brooke, I said, I don't really believe it. They wanted to have less cattle in the country for environmental reasons. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what that means? Can you believe it? Who would think of this? These are sick people. No, they want less cattle for environmental reasons. It has something to do with gas permeating throughout the air. And that's what happened. And the number of cattle was way down. I said, what happened? They were mandated, they were restricted for that reason. These people are crazy. But anyway, we got rid of that one too. That was an easy one. If I said this 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, people wouldn't even believe what I'm saying. It's like men playing in women's sports. Would you believe we have an argument over that? Men playing in women's sports. Did you ever see the weightlifting record? It stood for 19 years. Women, great women athletes, they got up there. And then a man came along who happened to transition, and the record was broken by 119 pounds. And he was a bad weightlifter. It's true. He was a failed male weightlifter. He shattered the record. I would say that's not good. So we are bringing all that back to normalcy too. And look what happened at the Olympics. The Olympic Committee, the heads of the Olympics just announced there will be no men playing in women's sports. Who else could have done that? You think that was easy? That wasn't easy. That was not easy. It's probably, they say it's an 80-20. No, I think it's a 99-1 issue, and nobody can find the one. To help lower gasoline prices for farmers and consumers, this week I issued an emergency order to allow immediate sales of E15 and just as I promised in the campaign, I'm seeking congressional action to allow E15 all year round, okay? And I'm trusting Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune, they're two good men. I'm trusting them to find a deal that works for farmers, consumers, and refiners, including small and mid-sized refiners. And they're going to send me a bill, and we should be able to get that done. We've worked with the refiners before, and we're going to get that done. Today, I'm also announcing a dramatic update to the renewable fuel standards for 2026 and 2027. A big problem, what they've done to you is, and the country, what they've done to the country is just incredible. The environmentalists, they are terrorists. They were terrorists. I call them the environmental terrorists, and will now be requiring the highest volumes of renewable fuels in history. These new standards will generate over $10 billion of rural economic benefit, create an estimated 100,000 new jobs, and massively increase our nation's energy supply. It'll come right out of the farms. In addition, to help bring down grocery costs even more, today I'm pleased to announce that the Small Business Administration, that's Kelly, is opening up massive new loan guarantees for farmers and food suppliers, including vegetable farmers, grain farmers, and seed farmers, cattle, pig, and poultry producers, grocery wholesalers, and many more. So if you're in the industry, Kelly, you better get ready. You're going to be inundated, right? It's the first time that's happened. And you know, when they say she's the head of small business, when you add it all up, it's got to be the biggest, it's like the biggest bank in the world or something. It's nothing small about it. But you'll do a job, Kelly, right? Help them out, right? From Texas to Kansas, from Iowa to Idaho, and from Minnesota. Did I hear Minnesota? How is Minnesota doing? What's going on? What's going on in Minnesota with that crazy governor, that crooked, corrupt governor? How about the Attorney General? Do you think he's a dirty cop? You think he's a dirty cop? All right, we'll get Minnesota back. We'll take it back from Somalia. Now, do you believe these people come from Somalia? They have nothing. It's not. They come. Somalia is considered the worst country. It's not even a country, like the worst country in the world. The worst. They come over here, and they steal $19 billion. We'll get it straightened out. It's happening. Our vice president is in charge of a new division. It's called the Fraud Division. You know, if we straighten out half the fraud that took place in this country over the years, we'd have not only a balanced budget, we'd have a big surplus. So we're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. But from Minnesota to Mississippi, we're lifting up our hardworking farmers and ranchers and growers, and we're putting more money in American pockets. We're going to prove that the golden age of American agriculture is right here and right now. And I want to ask, just if you would you come up and say something? Because I'll tell you what, come on over here. This is a great farmer. Would you just tell your quick story, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Michael Cliver, and I operate my family's ranch in Westfield, Pennsylvania, Doble Circle D Farms. And the work that you guys have done, it's unexplainable how big it is for the American farmer and the next generation that don't have to headache and don't have to worry about the death tax. It's astounding what you guys have done. It's absolutely spectacular. And also the working family tax cut policies, that allowed us to get my daughter a Trump account, and we can teach her fiscal responsibility, compound interest, and investment, and plan for her future. And it's just absolutely astounding what you've done with that. Also, your energy policies. Up in Potter and Tioga County, Pennsylvania, the gas companies are leasing mineral rights again actively, and that's putting money back into the farmers' pockets up there too. So for all that, I applaud you and thank you, Mr. President.
I'm glad I called him up. I didn't know who the hell he was. He's standing up. You know, he's standing. We went through one, and I said, there's another guy, but they don't have anything about. But you did, it's an extremely good job you did, huh? Wow. Thank you very much. I do want to say, do you mind if I step over here and just look at that tractor for a second? Because I assume it's a gift to me. That's crazy. It's beautiful. Oh, that is really something. Thank you very much for the gift. I appreciate it. Oh, boy. Can you imagine if I accepted that gift, what they would do? A Democrat can accept. We're not allowed to accept. No, but that's a beautiful machine. We make the greatest machines. That's a beautiful, beautiful machine. I'd like to ask a very special woman to step up. You know, Brooke, I always said, could run any company in the world. She could run these big companies. She's a great executive. And we've talked about it. My wife's actually said, you know, Brooke could be an executive anywhere. That doesn't mean you're leaving, okay? No. But when I had a chance, I said, what about Department of Agriculture? I had no idea that she has like a PhD in agriculture. She went to school on agriculture. I would have put her there even if she didn't. But she's so highly trained, and she loves it, and she loves the farmers just like I do, and ranchers and everybody else having to do with this very special world that you live in. And Brooke has really been a star, and I want to thank you very much and say a few words.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Sir, the first thing I want to say is when we had that unexpected conversation about this job, November 21st of 2024, I've often said that sometimes you have plans for yourself, but then God and Donald Trump redirect your plan. 1 year in, I can't tell you the honor, the joy, the blessing of getting to fight every day. There is no better job than this. Even President, I believe, there is no better job than being your 33rd Secretary of Agriculture. And Mr. President, thank you for your trust. It's just incredible. Not in our lifetime. The President and I on our walk over here, we're talking about how the farmers, the ranchers, rural America, we are your people, sir. From the moment he came down the golden escalator to today, no one has stood more proudly, more strongly, more courageously for this man, this transformational president at this moment in our country's history than you all, our farmers and ranchers. I want everyone to get to their feet and just thank him for what he has done for our community, for our farmers and ranchers. He's the best, the best. Never cry in trouble, but yeah, so grateful. So grateful. A couple of other really special people. I know we have some friends in from Pennsylvania. We have some amazing Amish farmers. And I started thinking, I maybe shouldn't do this because I don't think they like the recognition, but they drove all the way here. If they're willing to stand up, let us thank you for making such an effort and your wonderful support for our president. I was told that even a new dress was made for this event, and I know this is out of the box a little bit for you and your amazing community, but I know on behalf of our Pennsylvanians and others, we're so grateful for you and your leadership. I also want to do a big shout out to Senator Hoeven, Senator Ernst, our congressman, Senator Ricketts, who fought so hard to get rural America in the one big, beautiful bill. You all deserve so much credit. It was the largest investment in rural America for our farmers and ranchers in American history. This man drove it, but you guys executed, and we're so grateful to you. So thank you. Thank you. Also, very quickly, my mom is on the front row. State legislator Helen Kerwin, thanks to Donald Trump, is doing remarkable work for us in Texas. My beautiful sister. We talked about, Mr. President, the future of farming with a faith born not of words but of deeds. You have the FFAers and the 4-Hers here. We're so glad you are our future, and we are so grateful. Thank you. And speaking of the FFA, sir, my ag teacher from 35 years ago came all the way from Glen Rose, Texas. Mr. Rosenbush, stand up. I love you. There were a few times he put me in the back of the bus for being too sassy, and we've come a long way, Mr. Rosenbush. God bless you, and thank you for everything you mean. Listen, everyone, the president did it so well. What we inherited when we came in just over a year ago, we left with an agricultural trade surplus when we walked out of here in January of 2021. We came back with an agricultural trade deficit of $50 billion. Not one new trade deal under the Biden administration. When we left, the cost of inputs were 40% less for our farmers and ranchers than when we came back 4 years later. We inherited a mess, but this president understands that there is no more American of the Americans than our farmers and ranchers and the pioneering spirit that you all represent. And today on the South Lawn of the White House, to have the largest gathering of farmers in American history at this White House is historical. It will go down in the record books. I believe this president will be remembered as the president and our administration with Bobby, with Lee, and with Kelly, who are all here, my best friends from the cabinet, across the cabinet, as the moment in American history where we reversed the trend, where we stopped losing family farms, where we fought for rural America because it is the very, very best of who we are. And that began with this president, with his leadership, and we just couldn't be more grateful. God bless you, Donald Trump. God bless America, and God bless our farmers and ranchers. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
So the Farm Bill is going to happen. It's all going to happen. And I just want to thank you all for being here. You're very, very special people. I'll never forget, we won like such a number, like nobody's ever won before. You voted for me. I will never forget that. I'll never forget the friendship, the great friendship that we've had. And we've got a lot more to do, Brooke, and we're going to do it, and we're going to get it done very fast, very, very, very fast. And thank you all for being at the White House. Thank you very much. Bye. Thank you, everybody.
We're going to pause it right there because I know how it offends some of the viewers to hear the YMCA song. And what's crazy is here in the Dennis Herrera Show and all of the members and subscribers that come and support me, we love everybody. And I say this many times. Yes, do I got an attitude? Of course, when I need to. Do I have to say some curse words? When I need to. I would like to have great conversations with people, you know, and it's so hard to find a median where we can agree with. But I will tell you this: if you really believe, if you really love the United States of America, if this is your country, and you believe that Americans should be first before anybody else, I think we can have a conversation where we can probably contradict each other, but that will be a contradiction that will allow us to elaborate, to have a better conversation, a better understanding. And the beauty of it is that we don't have to agree on everything. But what we need to do is to be able to work together. Now, if you're going to defend illegal immigrants, you will never be on my team. Yes, as a migrant, I have experience. And yes, I am also representing migrants in this country. But the difference is that those who believe that human rights are above legal rights in every sovereign nation, those people should not be in the country. And by supporting them, you are actually contradicting the fact that you say that you're American and that you are looking for the well-being of the American people. It's a big difference. And it's something that I can't betray. You know, I understand that I made an oath. I understand that, that this is the flag of the country where I was born. And I understand that this is the flag of the country that I serve. Now, there's a lot of people that like to come in and say, oh, did you serve in the military? You know, my first reaction to that is, why do you ask that? Did you not volunteer to serve in the military? For whatever reason, whether you did it to be able to sacrifice your life defending us, whether you needed some money for education, whether you did it for the uniform, whether you did it for popularity, whether you did it to feel cool, it doesn't matter what the reason is. I appreciate everybody that enlists, everybody that serves. Automatically, I feel they are better than me. They're more courageous, and I admire them, and I appreciate them. But the fact that some people have served in the military, and I'm not trying to take your honor away, but the fact that you come in and saying that you want to send people out there just because you disagree with their views or because you don't like them, you're sort of removing that honor that we give you. You know why? And I said this before. You know, I have seen atrocities in my life. Skip that. I have been in a very dark, depressive mode before. Desperate. You drown. You asphyxiate of the depression. And you know what my mind says? I do not wish this feeling, not even in my worst enemy. You know why? Because I don't want to wish anybody harm. But when I talk about soldiers, about people that have gone and served, my most admiration. But I would hope that at the same time, they would say, you know what? War is horrible. I don't wish that upon anybody. But for those who have enlisted, for those who actually serve to protect this country, they're amazing. They are warriors. This is the people that we honor. The reason why I ridicule, and I don't care if you're a veteran or not, the fact that you guys don't even know. My sister Tanya is also a veteran. There's a lot of veterans in my channel. What you don't understand is, listen, just to please you, if I signed up for the military and I go and do my years, my 4 to 8 years, whatever it was, I would still have the same mentality. I would still believe that military servicemen and women should have the same patriotism towards this country. Let's not forget how the Democrats and all the socialist liberals that you support today were spitting on your face after Vietnam. After every battle, they spit on you. The Democrats do. The socialists, the liberals. They hate you. We support you 100%. So if I go and I serve and I come back and tell you, you're going to be like, you're lying. Why? If I serve in the military, let me tell you why I wanted to do. I wanted to join the army. Now, I was not suicidal. Maybe a little naive, but I'm so into the pride of being able to serve my country. I didn't get that chance. But my whole mentality was, I want to serve in the military because the United States of America, whether people agree or not on the battles or wars that we have to fight, it is irrelevant. We need to be soldiers. We follow orders. For better or for worse, it's sort of like a marriage. We do things that we don't want to do. We do things that others can't do. And because of that, I thank you. You honor us, and we honor you back. We are so proud because we know the sacrifice that the military and the servicemen have to do. But when you come in here and you say, did you serve? Oh, Barron should go and serve. Oh, your children should be going to war. You're not saying it in a way of, this country needs more warriors to stand up for it. You're saying it in a curse manner. You're not saying it from a place of pride and honor. You're saying it from a place of hate. It's not the same. Hey, Sandra, welcome. It's not the same. It doesn't matter what happened in Vietnam. The fact is that every single soldier that did make it back, they deserve respect. They deserve applause. They deserve a great welcoming. And what did the people, the actual government do? Turn their backs on them. But that's not what we're going to do. It doesn't matter. Again, you don't understand. You don't understand. I think that the mentality, it's like me. Okay, so I can be a citizen here, a resident of Washington State, and I don't like what's happening. I can't do anything about it. I'm still got to be a resident of Washington. I'm still a citizen of America. But if I want to make a change, well, here we are. I'm going to run for governor. Do I have a chance? Probably not. I'm still going to run for governor. You know why? Because I have to. If you're a soldier You don't become a soldier to go question your commander in chief. If you become a soldier, you don't become a soldier so you can question the generals. You are there to do a job, follow orders. And just know that if you serve in the military, you don't have a choice, and you will do what you're told. If you don't agree with that, don't enlist. Don't enlist. But you can't hate everybody else because they didn't serve in the military. It's absurd. I love my veterans. I really do. I really do. Legal orders. What are legal orders? Any orders that your general tells you to do, that's a legal order to me. What is this legal orders? That is the stupidest thing that I heard. We don't live this country with international law. We have our own law. If they tell me to go and hit an innocent village, okay, that's different. That's not what we're about. That will probably categorize as an illegal order because that's not what the United States stands for. But when you go into a battle, when you go into a war, I don't have to be there personally to know what happens. You see what I'm saying? And if there's a draft, hey, well, let's go. And you know what the craziest thing is? That the same people that tell me that I should serve, that my children should, of course, it will be an honor, number one, for me. But the problem is this, that you people say that from a place of hate. Again, you're not saying it from a place of pride and warrior and strength and courage. You're saying it from a place of hate and cowardice. If that offends you, it is what it is. But I can tell you that it's not easy. And you don't have to be on the field seeing bullets coming by to know that it's dangerous. I get it. It is. Some of the veterans know what I'm talking about. Even if I didn't serve in the military, they know that what I say is true. There you go. That's a veteran right there. I think all my members right now are veterans, I believe. And a lot of subscribers. I love them. And I can't wait to go and show you that what I say is true. But I can't go prove it to you if you don't support me. It's just impossible. Of course I need the support. Of course I can't do it by myself. It takes more than just say, "Oh, I'm going to run for governor," and it takes more than that. It's a big fight. And don't think that as a governor I can change everything. Legislature is legislature, and I still have to fight with them. The one thing that I'm promising you is that I'm going to fight for my veterans. Maybe I can't go to Iran. For what? To be in the way? To be an obstacle to actual warriors? No, these 18-year-old jarheads that go out there, they got more courage than I do. But I would still fight next to them if I had a chance. I would still have their back. Even if I took 2 steps and I got hit in the head. All right, well, that's all I had. But I did it with all my heart. I think some people don't understand that. What'd you say? Sandra says, let's see, Brian says, cult of keeping our nation great. I love it. Jason Beatrice says, facts. Yeah, that's because you are patriots. Yeah. And let's see. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sandra says, people that say that people should be forced to serve don't get that the reason we have the greatest military force is because we don't force anyone to join. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I try to give these people some information so that they can kind of think for themselves, but they are just so giving into this hateful environment that they just can't see past their noses. How do I help you if you don't want to help yourself? I gotta know. How do I help you if you don't want to help yourself?
effort to
Hold on, I have another video that I'm going to show you here, a live video. This is just Mike Johnson speaking as the House most DHS bill gets passed through. Now I know that they passed the bill and they have denied ICE funding in this bill. But it doesn't matter right now. It doesn't matter because they already got funding for the next 4 years, right? Or 3 years or so. Whatever they got left, thanks to the big, beautiful bill. The problem is that when we start having Democrats who want to stop protecting our nation, listen how I just wish that I can tell you this without you thinking that I'm just thinking about Republicans. It's not about just Republicans. It's about Americans. Please tell me this: if you are supporting see all the libtards just left. That's how it works. All right, let's go ahead and go into the video. I'm not gonna waste my time explaining it to you guys because you guys know the truth. All right, here we go. So let me go ahead and put this live going on right now. Of course, I'm gonna play it from the beginning, but let's take a listen. It's what we do here in the Dennis Herrera Show. We try to find all the live streams that we can get our hands on and share it with those who maybe didn't get a chance to see one while they were live or as they are talking or speaking with me.
or to stop immigration enforcement. We are going to deport dangerous criminal illegal aliens because it is a basic function of the government. The Democrats fundamentally disagree. The Senate Democrats have hoisted upon this appropriations process their radical, crazy agenda. We call it crazy because that's what it is. They want to reopen the borders, and they want to stop the deportation of dangerous criminal illegal aliens. We have to do these basic functions of government. We have to fund them in order to do them. In the last several days, we have recent examples of dangerous criminals in this country killing innocent Americans. We had an 18-year-old college student in Chicago, a young lady who was shot in the back by a dangerous criminal who had been released in that sanctuary city and first released at the border under Joe Biden. They opened the border wide for 4 years. Just yesterday, or in the last 36 hours or so, an 83-year-old man's pushed onto the subway tracks and run over by a dangerous criminal illegal alien. This has to stop. The Republicans are not going to be a party to this. They have taken hostage the funding processes of government so that they can impose their radical agenda on the American people when we can't have any part of it. This gambit that was done last night is a joke. I'm quite convinced that it can't be that every Senate Republican read the language of this bill, and I'm going to just read you one excerpt of it because it's pretty alarming, and it says everything that you need to know in Section 4. This is on page 2 of the bill. This is an actual copy of the bill. That excerpt. It says, quote, "The contents printed under the headings of this bill, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Security Operations, under the heading of U.S. Customs and Border Patrol and Protection, shall have no force or effect for purposes of this act, and amounts specified in the final bill under the subheading Border Security Operations and under the heading U.S. Customs and Border Protection and under the headings of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in the Department of Homeland Security shall be zero." We're not doing that. And it is unconscionable to me that the Democrats would force some sort of negotiation at 3 o'clock in the morning and try to hoist this upon the American people and then get on their jets and go home for their holiday and pretend and think that we're going to go along with that. So we're going to do something different. We're going to do the responsible thing. Republicans are going to continue to govern and do the right thing morally, legally, and politically. We are going to take care of those who take care of us. The employees in the Department of Homeland Security have gone without funding and without paychecks for 42 days. It's the second longest shutdown in U.S. history, bested only by the longest shutdown in U.S. history that these same radical Democrats hoisted upon the government in the fall of last year. 42 days they've gone without pay. We've had, by some estimates, close to 500 TSA agents who have resigned from their jobs, and who could blame them? They've gone half the fiscal year without a regular paycheck. We can't ask that of anyone. And the lines around the airlines and at the airports have been wrapped around the buildings because of all this turmoil. We are very grateful to have a strong commander-in-chief in the White House who has taken real leadership. President Trump has already ordered by executive order that TSA agents will be paid, and that machinery is in process right now. The Office of Management and Budget is working through that to make sure that that happens, and we will reduce the lines and the waits at the airlines, and we'll make sure that those who are protecting us are paid. But what we are going to present and what we're going to vote on this floor, our Rules Committee is working through this right now. We're going to put a clean, simple, continuing resolution that will go until May 22nd. It's just a number of weeks to allow for all those who sacrificially serve the country and protect other Americans. All these agencies, 10 agencies under the Department of Homeland Security, will continue at their current funding levels to make sure that they are protected. We're going to send that over to the Senate, and we hope that they'll accept that. They can do it in record time just like that with the unanimous consent. They could do that as early as Monday. In the meantime, TSA will be paid. We will have done our jobs, and we will protect the homeland, because that is the most basic responsibility of the Congress, is to protect the American people. We're not playing political games on this. We encourage some of our Democrats, hopefully we'll have some of our Democrats in the House who go along with this and stop the pain that's being forced upon these people. The reason that we can't accept this ridiculousness, okay, is because we're not going to risk not funding the agencies that keep the American people safe. The Department of Homeland Security is the third largest department in the federal government. It has 10 agencies beneath it. It's not just TSA, it's also FEMA, the Coast Guard, all these agencies that keep us safe. We must fund them. This is not a game. Republicans will do the responsible and honorable thing, and Democrats will continue to play politics.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You and John Thune are not on the same page. You came out and criticized Democrats. He was the engineer behind this. Why are you guys not on the same page? And are you not extending the shutdown? If you were to accept what the Senate had passed, this could end tonight and the TSA lines would shrink.
I wouldn't call John Thune the engineer of this. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate have forced this upon the Senate. I have to protect the House. Let me answer the question, Chad. I have to protect the House, and I have to protect the American people. That's our responsibility. Our colleagues on this side understand this is not a game. We are not playing their games. These people want open borders, and they want criminal illegal aliens in the country. They do not want to enforce the law. They want to literally defund. You just read it in the bill here. They want to give $0 to enforcing federal immigration laws and keeping the border secure. That was the biggest issue in the election of 2024, the wide open border that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris hoisted upon the country. And 20 million, by some estimates, 20 million dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens included in that number came over the border. We have terrorists in our country. We have obviously murderers. They're putting it on display. And then these big blue cities that have sanctuary city policies, they're releasing these people onto the streets. They released them over the border when they came over under the Biden years. And that is the turmoil that we're facing right now, the very serious threats to the homeland and everybody. It's not just long lines at the airport, it is the danger and safety of everyone. We'll talk more after this is passed, we'll get it done.
Has the president endorsed this plan? Has the president endorsed this plan, Mr. Speaker? Has the president endorsed
I spoke to the president a few moments ago. He understands exactly what we're doing and why, and he supports it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
the American people are just sick and tired of every one of you, both Republicans and Democrats, come to this podium and blame the other side. People have been standing in lines 3, 4, 5 hours at a time. There's TSA workers that are selling their plasma. At what point is a leader on either side going to stand up and say, we have a path forward that everyone will agree to? This vote today will extend the shutdown under any circumstance.
No, it won't. No, it won't.
And it was
Thank you. Let me answer the question. I'm glad you brought it up. The House Republicans have now voted that today will be the 4th time to fund the Homeland Security. This is not party blame game. This is a record. You can hold up the record. Look at the Democrats. They're voting over and over. Yesterday afternoon, we gave them a chance to fund Homeland Security. You know how many House Democrats voted yes? 4 of them. They want to use people as pawns. People are not pawns. These are workers who are sacrificially serving the country, many of them without pay, to make sure that you and your families are safe. And we're done with it. This is not a political blame game. This is one party doing the job and getting the government funded, and another that's using people as pawns. We're not going to do that. Listen, we're going to send it over there, and you can see what they do. If this is not USEED and they don't do it, the president has shown leadership. He's going to fund TSA agents. We'll get that covered. But we have the rest of the country to take care of. We're not asking them to do anything heroic. These aren't partisan games. We're not adding bells and whistles to this. It is a clean continuation of funding to make sure that the most basic responsibility of government is fulfilled. And we'll see how that goes and see what the
Speaker Johnson.
You know, the bad thing and the sad thing about it is, you know, as Americans, well, make America great again will never go away, dummy. It's not about Trump. It's about the country. But, you know, anything can happen. I mean, Democrats could definitely take the seats and do all this stuff. But my thing is, like, why are you celebrating that? Did you forget what happened during the Biden administration? Did you forget that they didn't care about you, American safety and protection? Did you not care that they were putting all these weak-ass soldiers in the military? Did you not care that mental ill men believing they are women were serving us? Did you not care that a fat man that believed to be a woman was telling us about nutrition? Did you not care that millions of illegal immigrants and terrorists that came through the border were being put through because of the Biden administration, and you're celebrating that the MAGA is dying? What kind of a stupid moron are you, if you are even legal or an American in this country, that you will come in here and celebrate the destruction of the United States of America? How can you not think for yourself, forget about the party, forget about the hate for one man, and start telling me, how do you protect this country? Tell me, how do you put Americans first? Tell me, how are you fixing the economy? How are you making deals with other world leaders across the globe? Tell me, how do you fix it? What are you doing to fix it? It is what it is. Democrats can win, and the country is going to go back down to shit. The problem is that you don't understand. I don't care if Democrats win or I want the people that have the right policies, the best interest in the American people. And so far, I don't know what the hell you're celebrating. I don't know what the hell you're celebrating, because they tell you to your face the American people need to suffer. The American people are going to go through all this hardship, and they say, shut the government down. They are telling you they don't want ID, citizenship verification. They want to let illegal immigrants rampant, clear to roam about the country, destroying our national security. They don't care if drugs go out there rampant. As a matter of fact, blue cities and states, they provide drugs to people to stay in drugs. What the hell are you celebrating? Are you a crackhead? Are you an illegal immigrant? If you are, I get it. But I want to see Americans stand up for their country, to not give up into this BS that Democrats are good, Republicans are good, bad or bad. It doesn't matter what the party is. I want Americans to stand up for this damn country. All you stupid ass people that are celebrating Democrats coming back into power, you obviously didn't learn shit from the last administration. You obviously didn't see terrorists laughing at us. Obama giving money back to terrorists. Pallets, loads of cash. Removing sanctions. You blame President Donald Trump for what? Getting rid of the deal with Iran? They were lying to us. No such thing. And if you want to celebrate that Democrats are winning, hey, good for you. Good for you. And I hope that you get what you deserve. I always pray for God to have mercy on all of our souls. But I hope you get what you're asking for. I feel bad for the other people who don't want it, that are going to suffer because the ignorance and the stupidity of the mentally ill that vote for Democrats. You have to understand, it has nothing to do with Democrats. The problem is that the Democrat Party that we have today is no longer the Democratic Party. These are communist, socialist, Marxist. They say it more and more each day. What the hell are you complaining about? Nobody is ever going to be perfect. Nobody is always going to please everybody. That is impossible. Even I, coming in with the best intentions, I'm not going to be able to please everybody. You see what I'm saying? So if you're a troll, I get you. Who I'm reaching out to is real American people. You got to think for yourself. Don't listen to these trolls. Don't listen to these liars that come and tell you that Democrats are better. Remember, thank you, Brian, Rome, Libya, Syria. You guys forgot those. You conveniently leave those facts out. How about that? To bring the government up and running 100%, you guys already know what it takes. So what the hell are you talking about? Republicans are in charge. Do you not understand how that works? I think I've heard it many times from many people on the news on both sides. Marcos Garcia, with a Hispanic name, this guy is going to tell me I will never be governor. Let me tell you something. American people, and I'm talking just to American citizens. This corrupted government of Democrats that we have, they are 100% putting illegal immigrants before you. I want you to understand that. You need to understand that. For your children's future, you have to see the truth for what it is. You have to. All right, let's do this. Jason, release the Kraken. If somebody has a question, put a question down. Okay? I will allow you to call in. Now, don't go checking out and leaving the chat when I open up the phone line for you to call in. Let's go ahead and take a pause right there, and let's see what she has to say.
Is he dead?
Try to get close to my lens a bit.
Never a dull moment. No. What do you need, Bruce?
I just need you to be standing here, closer to the lens.
Yep.
House Republicans are committed to the American people. We are committed to the security of the homeland. We are committed to paying TSA, CBP, funding FEMA. That's what we've done over and over again. But I will tell you, we will not accept what the Senate sent over. And I'm going to read it one more time. This is not an opinion. This is what the Senate sent us. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in the Department of Homeland Security Act 2026 table shall be zero. What that means is zero funding for Homeland Security. We're not doing that. Stop playing political games. So what we're doing is we're going to do, again, obviously people want to negotiate. We want to pay TSA agents, CBP, everybody. And we want to defend our homeland. But we will not get jammed with these political games. So what we're putting on the floor is a CR that will pay everybody and keep the negotiations open, since everybody is willing, it seems, to negotiate.
Do you think the GOP on the Senate side caved on this deal?
I don't know. You're going to have to ask them. What my belief is they probably didn't read it, because I find it very difficult to comprehend why any senator, Republican, I get with the Democratic senators, by why any Republican senator would agree to the Department of Homeland Act 2020-26 table shall be zero. I find it very hard to believe that the Republicans really want to defund the homeland and have our borders open. Look, that's what we won the election on, is close the borders. It is clear by the Democrats that they want an open border policy. We are not going to let that happen.
So procedurally, what's next? Is we'll go through rules and then...
Yeah, rules is going to meet, and then what will happen is there'll be debate, and then we'll put it on the floor and send it back over to the Senate.
Do you expect that to be on the floor tonight or sometime tomorrow?
Procedurally, I don't know how long debate will take. The goal is to get it on the floor as soon as possible. So if we can get it on the floor tonight, we'll absolutely do that. But our goal is to get it on the floor as soon as possible because we want everyone to get paid.
And then speaking of everyone getting paid, not getting paid, we saw TSA agents, long lines throughout the country. We've seen Republicans vote for this time and time again. Many Democrats vote against. But this new deal that you're trying to bring forward, it's a tough hurdle to clear in the Senate with 60 votes. Are you at all concerned about that?
Listen, I'm more concerned about the American people and their safety and security. That's what my district elected me to represent. In the number one job of government is to keep Americans safe. And we have to pay them to keep them safe.
Anything else I left out that you'd want to add?
No, just keep your fingers crossed that common sense prevails and we stop the political games.
Thank you so much for your time, Chairwoman. Appreciate it.
That is exactly what these people are fighting for. Political, just circus. That's crazy that actually that lucky one. I know he's negative. He never agrees with me. I get it. But the fact is that Republicans have been voting to keep the government open. Period. You cannot blame Republicans because they want to make sure our elections are secured, or at least more secured. You can't blame the Republicans because they want to be able to fund the Department of National Homeland Security. You can't blame them for that. They're not the ones that said, hey, we know this is going to hurt American people. They're not the ones that said that. Democrats did. So who shut the government down because they don't want to pass a bill that is good for national home security? Who does that? Not the Republicans. You can say whatever you want. They decided to shut the government down. So if you say Republicans are the ones that did it, why do you not say Democrats and Republicans? You see what I'm saying? That's why I say stop playing stupid political games. It has nothing to do with that. There is a reason why an immigrant takes an oath when becoming citizens. Chris, absolutely, 100%, and I know this. You know, it's hard for me to believe that those who stand against the United States of America are actual citizens. You got this Marcos guy. He said, I was born in this country. Well, you're probably an anchor baby. Maybe your parents are illegal. There is no way that a migrant will teach their children to hate their country. No way. No way. And those who break the law will teach their children to break the law. The logic of the Democrats right now, and those who support them, the logic that they have is, when I was a teenager, I did all these bad things, so I can't tell my kids not to do something bad. That is the stupidest mentality, as if you were not created to have experience in this life, to gain wisdom, to be able to guide the next generation for a better future, not for a worse future. Let me go ahead and open up the line so that you guys can go ahead and call in. I want to give you a chance to tell me, convince me, why should I vote for Democrats? And I'll give you my vote. How's that? Let's do that. Let me get this off here. Why don't you convince me why I should vote for Democrats? Okay, so don't leave. Just stay in there, and I really want you. I want to hear you. Convince me. All right, go ahead. You can go ahead and give a call. Let's take a listen. Give me some of your wisdom. Here's your chance. Here's your chance to shine. Yeah, Jason Martin is on board. We want to hear you. Hey, lucky one, why don't you call me? Unless you've been blocked before. The lucky one can explain to me why Democrats are so much better. The pizza guy, I used to like the pizza guy, and I defended him a lot. But he has gone so woke, he's gone so left, that he forgot everything that the Biden administration put us through. He forgot the whole country shut down because of COVID. He forgot that it was Trump that kept saying, open the damn country up. This is bad for our children. Democrats didn't listen. They made us look like demons because we didn't want to get vaccinated. I took the vaccine. I'm paying the price for it. It is by God's will that I'm still alive. But nonetheless, come on in. Give me a reason to vote for Democrats. Tell me how Democrats put Americans first, okay? I really want to know what you are seeing that I'm not seeing, okay? Tell me, how have Democrats put Americans first? I can just give you a quick, simple answer to a very simple question. What have they done to protect this country? Go on, I'm waiting. Don't back out. This is your chance for you to make sense to me, because I really want to know. I really do. It's not ringing. Jason, can you call just to make sure the phone is working? I am the man who will fight for your honor. Jason. Give me a call, Jason. Any Jason. Jason Martin or Beatrice. I want to make sure that the phone is working. Oh, look at that. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
This is Jason.
I guess the phone does work. Thank you, brother.
I want them to back up their comments in chat that they spent the last 45 minutes doing.
Yeah, which comment do you want to back up?
Well, I would love to hear Chatty Gamer for one with his nonsense. I want to hear the Lucky One for his comments.
Okay.
Jason Griffin, another one. Let's go.
Let me answer this phone call. Thank you, brother.
Cam.
Thank you, brother. Bye. All right, who's this? What should be the other Jason? Hello? Can't hear you. I'll take the next call. Thanks for calling. Who's calling? Oh, Jason Beatrice? I couldn't hear the last caller. Thank you, brother, for calling. We know the lines are working. I really want them to convince me. Just give me something. Give me a reason to vote for Democrats. But I want you...
The only thing I can think of, Dennis, is like transsexual toddlers and illegals in polling areas. I think that's all they do.
Yeah,
what else do they got?
that's what it seems like, right? But here's the thing, and this is what drives them crazy. I want them to... Wedo, I will let Wedo call, okay? Thanks for calling, Jason. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, got it.
Thanks. I want you to understand why what question I'm asking, okay? I'm a very competitive guy, and I believe that the left and the right should be fighting for us. Give me a second, brother. Hold on, okay?
Yeah.
Hold on. All right. So what I want you to do is when you give me the answer, I want you to convince me that Democrats is the way to go. Now, the way that you're going to do that is, don't tell me what President Trump and whatever is doing wrong. Tell me what Democrats are going to do better, how they have been protecting this country, and what am I looking forward to. Okay? All right, here we go. Who's calling?
Hello?
Yes, who's calling? Turn the stereo down, please.
Oh, yeah. This is Alan.
Alan, how are you, Alan?
I'm good. How about you?
Good. What you got for me? Are you answering the question, or you want to add a comment?
I'll answer the question. I got one word.
Go ahead.
Don't.
Why are you so simple? Stop making so many common sense decisions. Yeah, I agree, brother. And it's just like...
Why is Democrat? Well, you want me to answer why Democrats is the way to go? I'm not a politician. I don't got nothing against Trump. I like what he's done. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm actually Native American.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you for calling, big bro.
Yeah, but Democrats, I'm starting to see, are not the way to go. The more I follow politics and the more I look into it and watch videos and I watch your stuff, I watch other stuff.
Yeah.
That is not the way to go. For my people and America anyway.
Yeah.
I'm speaking on. I mean, a lot of natives are probably gonna hate me, whatever, yada yada yada. But I mean,
Now we got Navajo Nation on our side. We got Crow.
yeah,
We got Apaches. We got Comanches. Man, we have a lot of different natives on our side, brother.
yeah, okay, that's good. But yeah, like I said, it just ain't the way to go. I love your channel. Keep doing you, brother.
Thank you, man.
Yep.
I hope that you get to see some good progress in the future. And if I send a message out there, you will know the number to call. And you can definitely call me. I would love to host you when we have some good things to celebrate. I really want you to give me your input from the native side, because there's a tribe here that is not recognized by the Indian tribes, and is the Chinook. They live by the river. They've been there for generations, and I want to be able to get to know them a lot more. I know Chief Wild Horse. He's a chief for the Comanche. He's kind of against them, and I want to know why. So, I want to be able to get all these native people to just recognize that we are better off joining hands instead of fighting each other. We need to stop this ignorance that says free stuff is good. We need to be accountable and get our own things. A lot of natives, I think they forgot what their pride was about. What was the main reason to bring pride? We were providers, hunters, gatherers. We were there for the people, and they've forgotten that. They put on what they say, the white man's clothing on, and they forgot what they stood for. I think that we need to talk how we all have to evolve, in our times. You can put the white man's suit on, but you can still represent your values. You know what I mean? We all have to assimilate, and we have to assimilate as one big, huge culture of many cultures.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Thanks for calling, big bro. I appreciate you.
brother.
You take care. All right, so you got a Native American that, doesn't get more American than that. Oh, yeah. Weddle, are you able to call Weddle? The Chicano tribe. That's not a tribe, man. Get out of here. That's not a tribe. That's funny. Let's see. Ask yourself why taxes and gas prices are lower in red areas. That's a good question, Mud Butter. Why don't you tell me? Tell me why that is. I would love to hear some of that insight. I like it. People are standing by. Okay, so give me a call and just give me your opinion. Tell me why I should vote for Democrats. I want you to prove to me that that Democrats has put America first. You can do it. All right, let's see what else we got in here. Go ahead, guys. The phone number is still on the screen there. I haven't taken it off. The phone number works. If you call and you don't get through, just wait until I'm finished with the call, and then you can call in. J.D. Vance did a small, not a presentation, but made some comments earlier. Let me see if I can find them. Let's see. Where are you, J.D.? Maybe the White House has it. Let's see. Yeah, the White House has it. It's about 12 minutes. About 12 minutes. And let's see. There we go. It's about 12 minutes because they have this, they have a meeting of, of what they're going to do with this whole fraud thing. And that cannot be televised. The Taino tribe is with me. Yes, baby, let's go. I want all my natives on my side, bro. I want to fight for you guys, man. I'm serious. I'm going to fight for you guys. Matter of fact, the reason why I'm letting my hair go long, I want my hair to go long because I want to put some feathers on my hair. You know, people can make fun of us and whatever, but you know what? I've always been proud to be an Indian descent in Honduras, and I've always participated in our we call it folkloric. You guys call it powwows here in America, but I've always been very, very proud of the strength of our native Indians. Even though I'm from Central America, I guess at some point, if we would have migrated to the north, maybe we would have been killed, or who knows, you know. But the fact is that we live in a new time where we can all come together. You know, I would love to host, honestly, I would love to host some powwows here, but in Olympia. I would like to host powwows. I want to host some poly culture. I want my Samoan brothers and family to go out to represent their villages and the cities where they come from. And I want to see all that, typical stuff. Thank you, Cutting Edge, because the red states don't like to tax to the oblivion. They believe in freedom. Absolutely. Okay, here we go. Maybe it's Güero. Let's see. All right, who's calling?
Hi, my name is Philip, and I'm calling from Australia.
Hey, Phillips. Thank you for calling. What input can you give us today to make our country a little bit better?
Well, see, we're really strict on immigration here in Australia. Also, you don't have to register to vote here. You automatically, as soon as you turn 18, you've got to vote. And you get a $50 fine if you don't vote. But I've been watching the stuff that's going on in America with the immigration.
Yeah.
Now, I love immigration. I think it's great. People come here legally, fantastic. And I think in America too, you know, you can control how many people you want in your country and where they're coming from when it's legal. But illegal immigrants, they take jobs away from people, they work cheaper. And obviously there's been some murders in your country from illegal immigrants and stuff like that. I think the tough policies on immigration should be even tougher in America.
Yeah. So in Australia, how do you prove that everybody that's turning 18 is a citizen? How do you guys do that?
Well, see, you've got your birth certificate, you're registered.
What? You can't say that. You can't say that. That's racist. You can't tell people to bring their birth certificate and prove their citizenship. That's racist.
No, you don't have to bring a birth certificate. The thing is, like, if you
no, I'm being sarcastic. I think what you're saying is perfect. It should be that way, but that's how the Democrats say things over here.
When I go to vote, I have to show ID to say who I am, right?
Yeah, right.
But it's compulsory to vote here. So if you don't vote, you can get a fine. But if you're sick or something, you can get a medical certificate and then this and that. But I mean, it's a little different for us here in Australia because we're like a big giant island. In America, people can just cross the border there, so it's a little.
That is true. That's right. Yeah. Australia is huge.
And I'm not sure if you're a Trump fan, but I really love Trump. I think he's
I
awesome.
support him.
And the thing is, we need a strong America because whoever's running America virtually dictates the way the world runs virtually in some way. So, like under Biden, I was very scared, for our security because I don't mean to be horrible, but I've worked in nursing homes and I've seen people. I think he's worse than some of the patients I looked after. The thing is, it's very scary. But I'm not sure he was really in control anyway. But I don't know why the Democrats want to destroy everything, and then the Republicans just want to build America up again.
Yeah, it's because we have this thing, and I'm trying to encourage them to think independently. So there's two people there's three kinds of people, but there's two people that they have two ways of being American, okay? And I believe the best way is to be a patriot. But then the other side of that is some Americans, they want to be loyalists, meaning if their parents were Democrats, they want to vote Democrat. Doesn't matter what it is. And I think that is a problem, a generational problem where they teach their children Democrats are the right ones. Democrats are the ones that don't lie. Even though they're lying, They lie so much, eventually they convince people that that lie is true. And this is one of the things that the Marxism teaches people. You know, repeat a lie often enough and until people believe it and then run with it. You know, is the tactics of the Marxist communist socialist. That is the new socialist democrat. And it is a very dangerous practice. We have so many examples in history that how they started and where they are today. You know, we didn't become the United States of America, the most powerful country on earth, because we accepted Muslims in our country, because we accepted millions of illegal immigrants unchecked through the border. That's not how we became the greatest country on earth. As a matter of fact, when we became independent from the British Empire, we actually were looked at as the piece of junk of the world. And the British thought that we were just going to cower in and become nobody. But little did they know that the spirit that people get here in the America, that hunger for freedom, that, you know, the Indians, they suffered. The white settlers, they suffered. Then, you know, the migrants that came from Europe because of slavery and all the suffering. We got the Irish, we got the Scottish, we got Greeks, we got, you know, Asians. We got everybody in this country because they were running from the oppression on their side of the hemisphere. And so, you know, we look at all these things and we just try to say, oh, you know what, let's change the policy. No, it's been working for us to look out for the American benefit. And no other country looks out for the world like the United States of America. And that's simple as that, you know. And for me to say that we should change our values, like for Christianity, for example, you know, it's biblical, it's prophetical. I understand that we can't always have peace. There will be a time when this world is going to be destroyed, but it's not going to be under my watch. I got to say the truth. You know, if it happens, let it be on somebody else. I don't want to be the moron that caused the destruction of this earth. You know, you know, there's so many things to unpack, but I want these Democrats to call me and tell me how have Democrats put Americans first? How have Democrats secured our national interest? And that's what I want. Just, you know, I want these people to tell me that. I find it interesting that an Australian has more balls to call me with more common sense than the people that we have here fighting us. And they're supposed to be American. Well, who knows? Maybe they're illegal immigrants, but you know, we don't know. Nobody knows. That's why we need birth certificates, like you said. And you know what? I don't know if you can see the screen, but these people tell me that I'm not an American. Well, only Americans can get this passport, my friends. It's called the United States of American passport.
I'm funny enough you mentioned Greek because I'm part Greek, part Polish, and then I've also got a lot of Jewish ancestry too. So if it weren't for people immigrating to Australia, like my ancestors did, I wouldn't be in Australia.
Right.
What I found really interesting, which is, it's quite scary actually, because when Biden was in office, there's, I don't know, thousands, maybe millions of people just crossing the border, and I couldn't believe some of them are wearing T-shirts, like virtually, I think they had pictures of Biden or thanking Biden or something. It's like Biden just opened the borders and said, just come.
Yeah.
But then what I heard too is that they were allowing these illegal immigrants to vote, and I think that's why the Democrats allowed that to happen, so these illegal immigrants could keep the Democrats in office.
Yeah. You know, one of the things, sorry, not to cut you off. One of the things that they argue with me all the time is when I tell them that illegal immigrants are voting, they say no, they can't. They're not supposed to. You know, they're not allowed to vote because they're not citizens. I get it. That is the law. But when it's not being implemented, when it's not being enforced, it doesn't matter if that's the law. You know, the Democrats right now, we have this thing when there is like a $10,000 fine, perjury of what do they call it? It's a punishment that can be punished with jail time and up to $10,000 fine. What do they call that? Perjury, something perjury. I don't know why I can't think of the beginning on that. Just so you know, what is it?
Or voted for it or something.
I don't know what the hell it's called. It's in the tip of my brain, and I'm Spanish, and I've never never has been able to just think and speak in English. I think in Spanish 100% of the time, and every time I say a word, it's being translated, just so you know. So imagine how hard my little brain is working just to speak English. But anyways, there's somebody can put that in there. It's perjury, but there's something's missing on there. I just can't think of it. But it's oh my gosh, it's gonna bother me all day if I don't get somebody to give me the whole sentence. It's gonna bother me. But here's the thing: is like yes, we also know that they're not supposed to be able to get health benefits, and yet they do. Like I understand the law says that illegal immigrants don't, but they do.
Is it true they're giving them mobile phones, and they were giving them mobile phones and cards to buy things and stuff?
They flew them in.
What was that?
They flew them in across the border in planes.
Oh, crazy. And you guys are suffering with a housing crisis like we are in Australia. I mean, I've got a 3-bedroom house. I can't have 50 people living here.
Right.
And so you've got to be wise, and we're actually halting our immigration, sort of shutting it down a little bit at the moment because it's just overwhelming. But a lot of people get deported from Australia all the time. We have detention centres where we send people and then they assess them and they might stay, they might go, but they're really strict on here. I mean, I'm glad for immigration. I can go down the street and get a kebab. I can go and get some Asian food. These people are contributing to the country and they're paying their taxes. But when people come here illegally, people take advantage of those illegal immigrants. And instead of paying them a minimum wage, crap all, and they work for nothing. And then good, honest people, citizens of the country, are missing out on a job because, employers don't want to pay people full price. They prefer a cheaper person,
Yeah. Well, what's crazy? And there's like facts, there's proof everywhere. We're telling people, listen, these migrants are over here, and not just migrants, but also Americans do it, right? But we tell them they're committing fraud, liar, racist. Okay, fine, whatever. And then we have Chicago. Right? The mayor of Chicago seems to have more power than the governor, which is also a moron. But, they gave cash. They gave stays in hotels. They gave them food, health benefits. And a lot of people in Chicago, they don't even qualify for those things. But they give it to illegal immigrants. And once the black community finds out, now they're speaking against them. This is the most recent news, and I'll try to find a clip to put it on. But the mayor of Chicago, he is saying, something against ICE, right? He's against ICE, and he's, we're going to do this protest, blah blah blah. And then one of the reporters says, "Wait a minute, you're protesting against ICE, but an illegal immigrant just killed this person here, which ICE is trying to get rid of." Yeah. And the guy just blindly he really believes his lies, and he says, "Well, we are putting all of our effort to protect our constituents." And like the guy is just making up shit as he's being asked this question, and they get away with it. I just don't know. I'm going to find the clip because there's going to be his own words, right? Word per word, I think is going to be more important than what I'm just saying, because what I recollect could be inconsistent with the wording, but I will look it up. All right.
And what I find interesting, a lot of the Hollywood elite, they're all caught up in the lies too. But I don't know if they really believe it. I think they just go along with the party line with the Democrats, because if you go against the Democrats and, whatever, you might lose your career. For some reason, Hollywood's so Democrat, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, well, here's the thing, and this is the truth, and one of the reasons why it doesn't really surprise me, whether people want to believe it or not, it is a spiritual battle. The less and less people believe in God and Jesus Christ, the worse they're going to get. I can tell you that right now. And very unfortunately, now this is very scary, okay? And it's very prophetic. The Bible says that in the end of times, many many, like probably the majority of those who call themselves Christians will deny God. They will stop believing in God because science or knowledge of man will be multiplied so greatly that we have such understanding of how things work that because of that knowledge, we will perish. Because the knowledge drowns us, drowns our faith, sort of like with Adam and Eve. God said, if you eat of that fruit, you will surely perish. Meaning that once they get the knowledge, they're going to start doubting because the body, the flesh, that's the way it is. And so we're looking at it today. What's winning today? The victim card. Who wins the trophy for the victim card? Muslims. Muslims believe and worship a pedophile. This is not something that is hidden.
Yeah, definitely.
And even if you remove that, right? I'm okay. Listen, I know a lot of Muslims that are good Muslims. At least their intentions are good, and they are infidels according to the Islam tradition. I want to make something very clear, and I've said this many times, and people just still kind of just forget about it. But you have to understand this: the ritual, right? This whole prayer thing. Okay, fantastic. That is your religion. But what they don't understand is that Sharia law, it's a political. It is a government movement. It is a government, Islam government law, and they push this across the globe as a God's law, but it's not God's law. Even if they call Allah God, it's not God's law. It's man-made doctrine law, and it's meant there to overrule any law of the land. And I'm telling you that Islam is a very dangerous religion. Nobody talks about Buddhists. Why? Because Buddhists, they love butterflies. They don't want to kill anything. They just love, even mosquitoes. I'm thinking in Spanish. Zancudo. It means mosquitoes. Even mosquitoes are precious life to them. They don't even smack them and kill them like we do. They are people that believe, that life is precious. At least that's just the way I see them. And then there's other, religions that, some kind of crazy, but they're not trying to kill everybody. They're not like us, right? The Christians. We don't say if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, you should be put to death. We don't say that. We just said you're going to hell according to the Word of God, but I'm here to love you, not your sin, but to love you as a person and to pray, to hope that one day you will also be saved and that one day you'll see the truth. That's all we have to do as Christians. But that's not what Muslims believe. They really believe on cutting your throat off.
And at my church, 50% of the people at my church are Sudanese refugees, but they came here legally.
Yeah.
Some of them are ex-Muslims, but they're genuinely good people. And then we've got a bunch of Asian people as well, then a bunch of just ordinary Australians. It's a whole mix. But we have the best dinners on Sunday because everybody brings their cultural food to church, so it's really good.
Yeah.
But I've got a friend who is a Muslim, and she doesn't wear the burqas or anything like that. She's a bit flimsy on it. But what blows my mind, they have all these protests in the city in Melbourne, which is in Victoria, Australia, and they're all going down with their Palestinian scarves around them, and you've got gay people and transgender people also walking down, free Gaza and Palestine and all this other stuff. And little do they know, if those gay people, God bless them, because I pray for them to get saved too, but if they were in those Arab countries, they'd be thrown off roofs and hanged, the thing is, so they're a bit deluded. And my friend, she doesn't believe that all those people were murdered and killed and kidnapped and taken, whatever. She thinks it was just made up by Israel and stuff like that. And as we know, there was a baby that was burnt in its bed, and stuff like that. Terrible things that happened. And they're just blindly just thinking, oh, it never happened, and Israel's just making it up, and they just want to do what they're doing. It's just, the facts are the facts. I don't know how people can be so blind to it.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in. Let me go ahead and open the line so somebody else can call in. Thank you so much, all the way from Washington State to Australia to you.
My friend, you're a very intelligent guy, and I love listening to you.
Oh, thank you. God bless you and your family. Thank you for your support.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Mohammed, you want to give me a call? Give me a call. Now, I'm not going to get into a religious debate, but I just had a couple of questions for you. And then let's talk about it. And, you can tell me that your religion is true. I believe your religion is fake. It is of Satan. But that's just my belief. You can also say that Christians are the religion of Satan, but I know the truth is that we are the religion who follows Jesus Christ, whom you think is a prophet, but he is the Son of God, who died for our sins so that we can become saved. Because before Jesus Christ came to us from God, the real God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we were all going straight to hell. And nobody else could have saved us. But thanks to Jesus Christ, now we have a chance to grab onto that little branch and find salvation. Go ahead, Mohammed. Give me a call. I want to talk. I have a couple of questions for you. I'm sure you already know the questions. So just be honest. No, don't block the number. No block numbers. You see that? Can you read English? It says no block numbers. You can do it. Let's go. You have to understand, I'm a very 100%. No block number. Unblock your number. Unblock your number. There we go. That's an unblocked number. I'm not gonna bug you and call you and try to spam you. I'm not gonna do that, guys. I have more respect than that. Okay. See, he keeps calling with a blocked number. All right. Who do we got on the line? I can't hear you. What is it?
It's Kurt.
Kurt, how are you, Kurt?
Good, yourself?
See if you can speak a little bit louder, so that the people can hear you, because I don't think they can hear you.
Good, yourself?
I'm good. What you got?
I was wondering what state you live in.
What's what?
What state you live in? Since this
Washington State.
election isn't going to be a full election. Just going to be. So I was wondering what's your current representatives you have?
I can't hear you. Did anybody hear that?
Are your current representatives, are they Democrat or Republican?
Yeah. This state is 70% blue.
And so you don't enjoy the job that they're doing?
No, because they've been lying to us. Oh, okay, I lost him. Yeah, because they've been lying to us. No, he's just very soft. Yeah. Yeah, he just speaks very soft. So the reason why it's not because they're Democrats that I don't like them. It's because they lie to us. Like literally, they lie to us all the time. And they have passed a bunch of unconstitutional things. I don't think this guy speaks English. No block numbers, bro. No block callers will be accepted. If you don't respect that, I'm just going to go ahead and close the line. All right. Thanks for calling.
Hi.
Hi, who's this?
This is Stacy.
Hey, Stacy. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. What do you got for me today?
Yeah, so I think the way that you talk about a lot of groups of people is like pretty gross, like especially the way that you're talking about Muslims and how that's encouraging other people in your comments to talk negatively about Muslims as well, which is exactly what Donald Trump does.
Okay, well,
people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like people exactly like you and me who are immigrants to this country, the way that he talks about all immigrants opens that up for the entire country to become hateful and talk about people just like you. Like, did you not see the ICE agent go up to a guy with an accent just like yours and ask for his papers just because of his accent?
Yeah.
That's what you're promoting.
What's wrong with that? If they come to me and they ask me, I'll just say, here you go, sir. Here's my passport. See how easy that was? Now I'm going to tell you this.
Why did they go up to you? Because you're brown?
Yeah, absolutely. My people people that look like me and have an accent like me have violated our immigration law in this country. Absolutely. I'm for it 100%.
No, you are a legal citizen.
I'm an American citizen.
Yeah, you are a legal citizen. So why is it okay?
How am I illegal? What are you talking about, illegal citizen?
I said legal.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just an American citizen.
Exactly. You're an American citizen.
But I was a migrant before, and I thought the same way. Even before I came to this country, I respected the laws of this country.
Dennis, that doesn't give the government the right to judge you based off of your skin color.
It's not judging you. It's checking. That's not a judgment.
My God.
How is that a judgment? Tell me, how would you do it?
Profiling is a judge.
So how would you do it? How would you know if you look at all Hispanics or any other migrant that has an accent? How would you know who they are?
How about you ask Obama, Dennis? How about you ask how Obama was able to do it so efficiently?
Well, Obama did it efficiently because Democrats, because they collaborated with him. They gave him the people from jail.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Who gave Obama the title of deporter-in-chief? It
Yeah.
was the left.
Yeah,
Who
because
was
it
in the
works.
streets? Who was in the streets, like protesting his deportation actions?
Not
Who
us.
was literally suing him in the courts? Yeah, it was the leftists because they didn't like.
Yeah, they're always protesting. That's not news. But Obama deported 3.5 million of my people. That's profiling. And he allowed hundreds of thousands of Muslims to come into this country. That's profiling. So how is that different?
What? That is not even how that. Are you okay? He
Okay,
deported
now-
those people because they were illegal citizens. I agree with following the immigration laws, but what Donald Trump is doing is he is literally stirring up hatred for all peoples, whether they're illegal
But
or illegal.
how come I'm not? How come I'm not? I don't feel that hatred. How come I don't feel? I don't feel
You're
offended.
in Washington State where it's 70% blue, like you just said.
Yeah.
You don't have people calling because now you have Republicans.
I'm here.
Calling on their brown neighbors,
Yeah.
just like you, telling them, "Hey, ICE, you need to come check this person out." They're
How
brown.
about
I
how
think you
about
need
how
to check
about
them
this?
out.
Tell me about
Like,
this. Tell me
my
this.
God.
Answer me this. If the Democrat Republic or Republicans come into a press conference to give you information and they say, you know what, we cannot be deporting people because all these illegal people are afraid to call the police when they see a crime because they're afraid of being deported. Tell me how that is okay.
You know what an anonymous tip is?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah.
So why they don't do that?
Where's your proof that they don't do that?
Well, your representative comes out to the press and says to us that because they are illegal, they're afraid of calling in the crime. That just proves to me that they shouldn't be here at all because they're not protecting us either. They allow crime to go rampant because they're also illegal. And that's a problem.
Dennis, I don't understand what your point is right now because I just told you, right? I just told you that I support the fact that people need to follow our immigration laws to be
Okay.
here.
So how would you get rid of them?
Well, it wouldn't be by assuming that every single brown person with an accent in this country is illegal and
Okay.
encouraging other people in my country to do that as well.
Sure.
It definitely wouldn't be that.
Fair enough. So what would it be?
I guess, okay, let me be your elected official for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably, of course, anyone with that has committed serious crimes, they need to go.
Mhm.
People that have been here decades and decades, we can find a solution to a path for citizenship.
Yeah.
People that have just come, people that have asylum claims should go through the asylum process, like
Correct.
they're
Yes.
to guarantee to.
Yep.
And anyone else, that you do what we've done since 2003, since
Yeah.
ICE was created,
Yeah.
and deport them
100%.
lawfully and properly.
How do you know
like
who they
we
are?
have for 20 years.
Yep,
not
I
like
agree.
this.
I agree with you 100%. How do you know who they are?
Well, I'm not ICE, my guy. But
I
was
know, but
told
but
that.
but.
Yes, let me finish.
Okay, but you judge them. If you judge them, you got to tell me why.
You know what they did? They had warrants for the arrest. They
Okay.
knew who they were going
Some of them.
for. They didn't just show up to Home Depot parking lots and say, "Hey, you're brown. I'm gonna check your papers. I'm gonna arrest you and
Sure.
detain you for 2 months and not tell your family where you are."
But what happens
That's
if it?
not okay.
Yeah. So what happens though? Why do they run?
What does this have to do with like?
Well, why do they run?
do with
If immigration comes to Home Depot and you see Hispanics, right, they're legal, they're just trying to find a job and trying to provide for their family. Why do they run?
I'm not talking about the actual illegal immigrants. I've already put
Well, we're profiling them.
I've already stated my opinion on that.
Yeah. I got you. I agree. Exactly. Listen, I'm not against you. I think you have the right to your opinion to wait to judge. That's okay. You're right. Okay, but you have to see it.
Think that you are hurting your own community.
No, see that's the problem.
That's really gross. As a
Look,
Latin
so what?
Immigrant,
okay.
You're hurting our community.
So what am I supposed to do to disencourage illegal immigration? What am I supposed to do? How do I tell people to go back home? Tell me, how do you fix immigration problem? If you promote the people that they have a right to break immigration law, how do you fix the problem if you encourage them to be here illegally? I agree with you 100%. But as a matter of fact, just because you're new to my channel, you don't know. But one of the things that I'm going to run in my campaign is immigration reform, and the reason why I'm doing that is because I want people to understand who are the ones that don't want to make that change. Who are the ones that they just want illegals to stay illegal because they can abuse them, and that's a big difference.
Kind of sounds like the Republicans, since Reagan gave amnesty to 3 million illegal immigrants in the fucking 80s, my guy.
Yeah,
and the Democrats of today are specifically saying that they want to reform the immigration system, just like you are, to make it more effective, so that people who are in immediate danger don't feel like they need to hop the border to get out of it.
Okay, well, they have their own country. They should stay there. But Barack Obama...
Why did you not stay in Honduras? Like, what?
Well, why would I stay in Honduras? If they didn't if they didn't give me permission, I would have stayed in Honduras.
Okay, that's good, but you just
okay, well, no, that's the difference.
Like, if there's a problem in your country,
yeah, you gotta work it. That's where you were born. That's what. Yeah, that's where you were born.
Okay, so why aren't you in Honduras right now?
Because I got the privilege to come here.
Exactly. Okay, but you just told other people if there's a problem in
their country. No, if you are illegal, if you have no permission to come to this country, don't come to this country. If you're here illegally, you got to go. But if you get granted, for example, I didn't say get rid of all the TPS and the DACA document holders.
That's what they're doing. That's what
well, if they're criminals, that's what they should do. They don't respect the privilege.
TPS and DACA.
Yes, because they don't respect they don't respect the law. If they have a criminal background, they got to go.
No, my guy, all 350,000 Venezuelans got their TPS taken. All the El Salvadorians, all the Cubans, all the Haitians, all legal immigrants who followed paperwork and have background checks and have connect with the government, followed everything that they were supposed to, and they get their privilege taken away, even though they did everything.
And that is the right of the government. That's what they do. That's what the federal government's for. So you think because somebody applies, wait a minute. So yeah, it's their right. It's their right.
Just take it and they
yeah, why not? Why not?
Right. Amazing.
If you're not American, you gotta go. They can remove your green card if they want to. It's their prerogative.
Are you naturalized or do you have a visa?
No, I'm naturalized.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Why is that interesting?
No, it's just interesting. That makes sense why you feel so confident to talk this way.
Yeah.
You think, this will never happen to me. I never have to worry about this, so I don't have to worry about my fellow Latin Americans that this might impact.
Well,
you, Dennis. That's a really good
I told my cousin, I said, you shouldn't be here illegally. He got deported.
I am really young, Tonya. And what?
It's okay. It's okay to be young. The problem is that you have to understand it until you're a citizen, an American citizen here, you are always in a chance that you will get deported back to your country. And if you decide to make children here while you are illegal, you are putting them in harm's way. Because you know that at any point you can be...
But you're not talking, you're literally like talking about something that I'm not talking about.
Well, there's a lot of anchor babies.
I think about people that don't follow. Yeah, I know. That's your favorite thing to say to people, even fellow Hispanics. You just
this is what I was taught about people that came here illegally. I heard them when I was a kid.
Like the people that hate Hispanics. Well, okay.
Well, I don't say hate Hispanics.
That's crazy.
I don't say hate Hispanics, but it's the truth.
Oh, but you're acting like the people that hate us, so, I mean, what am I supposed to think?
How do I hate my people? I just told you I'm running for immigration reform. How does that hate?
Guy, his name was Marcos Garcia.
Yeah.
You call
Why?
him an anchor baby.
Yeah. Why did I call him that?
Because he was being mean to you.
No, bullshit. No, be honest. Why did I call him that?
Like what?
Why did I call him that? What did he say? No, what? No. It's not that.
He's brown. Oh, he must be illegal.
No.
How you people
The
think.
reason why I say that
That's
is
the right things.
the reason why I said that is because he is against protecting Americans first, and he promotes illegal immigration. That's what I say. You're probably an anchor baby, my guy.
No, you said you're an anchor baby.
Yeah,
Doesn't deserve to be an American.
because of his comment, like anti-American comments, just like you're defending illegal immigrants right now. You say that it's okay to get illegal immigrants out of here, but you disapprove of the method. I ask you, what method would you use? You don't have one.
Well, guess what? I am not the head of DHS.
Exactly. So why you opinion against it?
Laid out plan for
That is exactly my point.
between right and
Yeah.
wrong. I know what Jesus has taught us.
Yeah.
This is wrong.
What did Jesus taught you? Did Jesus teach you to go into somebody's house that's not yours? Did he teach you to break the law of the land? Did he teach you to lie? Did he teach you to commit fraud? Did he teach you to protect criminals? What else did Jesus teach you?
Because when
Compassion is one thing.
Egypt, that they ask for their papers,
Yes.
that they fucking deport them, right? Like, what are you?
If they check my papers, by all means. We just been invaded by millions of illegal immigrants. Why would you have a problem with that?
I know you're an invasion, aren't you? Hondurans are just
It is an invasion. All the illegal immigrants from Honduras bring shame to Hondurans. Yeah, absolutely. They all bring shame to Honduras. All of them. Even family members that came here illegally. They get deported. I don't go protest. I say, bye-bye. Told you. You should respect the law. It doesn't matter. If they tell my brother, which all my family is legal, but if they tell my brother, you got to go. You never got papers. Bye-bye. Have a good one. And if I want to help my brother, I would just support him financially. But I wouldn't tell him, break the law, bro. Come back. That's just not how it works, sweetie.
Okay, so why are you acting like I'm in favor of that when I've told you multiple times now that I think that immigration laws do need to be supported?
Yeah.
But I disagree.
Yeah, because
with these methods
yeah,
and the
because
rhetoric going
because
on
there
right
is
now,
no other
and I
way.
can see how yes, there is another way, because why were we able to deport millions and millions of immigrants for 20 years without all of this hoopla until Donald J. Trump?
Okay, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think is difference? Yeah, I will tell you right now.
It's been in creation since 2003.
And tell me, what is the difference?
So you can't make it. Oh, the Democrats just let Obama do it.
But that's true. That is a true statement. That is a true statement. What is the difference? That is. Listen, right now you're watching YouTube, right? What is the difference? What is the difference between that time and today? What is the difference? Social media, technology, everybody's more vocal. The voice runs faster each day. Don't be ignorant. You're young, but don't be ignorant. Did you know that Barack Obama, did you know? I said, don't be. I said, don't be ignorant. I said, don't be ignorant. I said.
Yes, I'm not.
Okay, if I say you're ignorant, I'm calling you ignorant. I said, don't be. Okay? Because that you know what that means in English? It means that I don't think you are ignorant. But I say, don't be. Okay?
Don't talk to me about English, my guy. I learned English earlier than you.
Yeah, I can tell, and you still have an accent. Congratulations.
No, I do not.
I do not have an accent. Of course not. But anyways, what I was saying is that Barack Obama said that he was running for immigration reform. He did. He brought it to Congress. Congress says, no, we don't want you to do that. President Donald Trump, I bet you didn't even know this. President Donald Trump came in and said to Congress, I want all DACA document holder and TPS holders to get a green card and a path to citizenship. Congress said no, because we hate Trump. I bet you didn't know that.
Oh,
did you?
That's so interesting.
Yeah, did you know that?
Wow, where'd that little fairy tale come
Where?
from?
Look it up.
Excuse for
Look it up.
Trump is fucking deporting DACA recipients and
Yeah.
taking away TPS.
Yeah.
You just said it's the government's will.
Oh, Armando says you don't have an accent. You just a hood girl.
Now you're saying so it's Trump's will to do it. Just admit that he took away TPS. He's not protecting DACA anymore. Why do you need to
Well,
make this little lie?
what you don't understand.
And he also doesn't want to.
Julian, be nice. She doesn't have a bad accent. She has an accent, but she doesn't sound ugly. People are talking trash about you. Yeah, you have an accent. Yeah, who cares though? It's nice to have an accent. It's good to have an accent.
I wish you looked like me, please.
Why would I want to be a woman? I'm a man. I'm supposed to look ugly. I'm a man, not a woman. What's wrong with you, girl? Yeah, you're cute. You know what? You're not stupid, by the way. I think you're smart, and I think you have your feelings in the right place. But you have to understand the only difference today is that we have been invaded. Okay, we always had illegal immigrants, right? And they've always been able to be deported. But when you have millions at one time coming through, next is you got to change the method. You got to change the method. And I can guarantee you, if Democrats did not stand on the way, every single criminal from jail would be deported. Those who have a deportation status, they will be gone. There will be no fights. There will be no protest. And it will be peaceful. What makes it violent?
Your problems would just be solved without the illegals, Dennis, right? The Republicans have told you the illegals are the reason for all of your problems in life. And if you just get rid of the illegals, you'll finally be able to be happy.
I know my
Dennis.
people.
I know. Let's see.
I know my people.
Let's see how that works.
I know my people. And they need to be vetted if they want to come to this country.
Yes. No, and that's something, and Dennis, I understand that, because that is why, as an immigrant, I do understand that we need strong borders and strong immigration laws.
So now that we have
done it illegally,
yeah.
You're trying to get away from people that we know are bad. We want those people to stay out of the country.
Well, that's not what Democrats are doing. They're protecting criminal aliens. That's what they're doing. 4,000 Americans have been killed by illegal immigrants. ICE kills 2 Americans obstructing, impeding, and trying to hurt ICE agents.
4,000 is an interesting number. I'll have to
Probably more. Yeah, you're right. It's probably more.
Right.
Yeah. But 4,000 for sure. 4,000 to 2, I'll take the odds. Yeah, I'll take the odds. But anyway, so one of the things that we're doing, it doesn't matter if I want balance, if I want justice, I will never be able to please everybody. And that's a fact. You know what they say to me, even though they hear me that I'm going to run for governor, right? Even when I tell them that one of my goals is to run for immigration reform, they don't like me because I stand against all the illegal immigrants that came in pouring through the Biden administration. Because my only priority right now is DACA document holders and TPS. If I believe that if I work with the federal government, right, that I can get them to help me make these people be legal status. Now, without that being said, they need to pass a criminal background check, and if they have been in welfare for more than the 3 or 6 months in the year, they don't qualify and they got to go back. That is my rule. You know, I can't make it happen, obviously, but that's what I will bring to the table.
Okay, now, Dennis, do you think you'd be more effective in implementing that rule with Democrats or Republicans in office? Republicans that who have
that's a good question.
Just taken away TPS from all these groups, including plenty of Latin Americans, just like you and me.
No, that's a good question. I think. I don't know.
DACA, did you not see the story of them deporting the lady with DACA the other day? So.
Yeah. Why did she get deported though? Don't just read the headlines. Look into the story.
Yeah, I didn't.
What was it? Okay. What was the story? I don't know about it. Tell me the story about it. I want to hear.
You'll have to look it up.
Okay, I got you.
She has DACA protection,
but you know what? That's a good question.
That's not enough for ICE. They have deported plenty of people with the proper legal protections to be in this country, including asylum seekers. Asylum seekers have a right to be in this country.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
It's the law.
Oh, let's look it up real quick. Let's see.
In this country,
nope. Not unless they're approved to be TPS holders. Let's take a look at it. My girl, listen, let's look it up together.
Wow. Okay, no, please look it up, please.
let's see.
They're allowed to stay in this country while their case is processed. If they're denied, they're not allowed to stay in the country. If they're approved, they are. But they are allowed to stay while their case is being processed. You can't just deport them. But ICE has done that multiple times, over and over.
If they get approved to have TPS, they're allowed to stay in the country. But if they don't get approved, they don't have a right to be in this country.
Asylum, not TPS.
Asylum is temporary. Temporary. Yeah, it's all temporary.
No, my guy. TPS is a different system.
Applying for asylum does not give you. No. You're wrong. You're wrong. Applying for asylum does not give you permanent status to stay in this country.
That's not permanent status, mofo. Like, it's temporary while you're...
Applying does not mean you get the right to be in this country. How's that?
What?
Asylum applications does not say that you are allowed in this country.
You are legally allowed to be in the country while your asylum case goes through the courts. Please look it up.
An asylum application is a formal request for protection known as Form I-589 in the U.S. made by a person already in or arriving at a port of entry to stay legally to avoid persecution. Now tell me, what is the rule for applying for asylum if you're from Venezuela? Well, you think about that. It is used by individuals fleeing persecution based on race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or social group who are otherwise forced to be returned to that danger. I got it. So what do you think? Why do you think that every single illegal immigrant uses asylum as an excuse to be in this country? Do you think every single one of them? No. You have to understand who. So who qualifies? Not every single illegal immigrant. Just applying doesn't mean shit. You got to prove. You know it doesn't. You got to prove that you're being persecuted, threatened by death.
You need more people working within the court system because that's part of why the asylum seekers
Do you know what people with your mentality do to Hispanics? Yeah. Do you know what people with your mentality do to illegal immigrants? It shows Americans that you shouldn't be in this country. And you're making it harder for immigration reform to happen. You're making excuses for somebody to be in this country illegally. Applying for asylum does not give you the right to come into this country. You got to be approved before you come into this country.
Oh my God, Dennis, you're not allowed to stay for.
You're not allowed to enter. You are supposed to stay on our bordering country. You're supposed to stay in Mexico until you get approved. But guess what? Mexico will deport your ass because they will not allow you to stay in there, even if you are seeking asylum. Number one, Venezuelans, they got to go to the next country next to them. Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico. That's how asylum seeking works. You don't go from across the world to the United States of America just to hate it and invade it. Why don't they go somewhere else? Look what's happening to England. Quadruple the rape in Spain for allowing your asylum seekers.
Buddy, don't say my asylum seekers.
Yeah, you're the one defending them. You are the one defending them. You are talking to a migrant. Don't forget that. You're talking to a migrant. I know what anchor babies do. Please, you are a migrant that supports illegal immigration. That's the problem.
So Dennis, so you just have fucking wax in your ears or something, huh? You didn't listen to the
I didn't listen to your bullshit, which is different. You're saying this is not the way to do it. Well, you know what's not the way to do it? How do you protest? What's the First Amendment right? How do you protest? Does the First Amendment right tells you to go impede FBI agents, federal government?
What does that have to do? Was I talking about that?
Well, yes, you did. Yes, you did. That is exactly what you said. Oh, Trump is doing it like this. He's racist. He's that. Shut up. Don't tell me that. Don't backtrack. Continue to defend your point. Oh, Barack Obama did it so innocent. Shut up. He put babies in cages. You forget about that? Yes, he did. He put him in cages. Yeah, you forgot about that, didn't you? You thought I didn't know about that? That son of a bitch, they deported 3.5 million of my Hispanic people.
Without realizing that he separated the adults that couldn't prove that they were related to those children in any way.
Oh, so what if Trump does the same thing?
Because that's not the same thing. He literally specifically said he was using
You
it as a
hypocrite.
deterrent.
You hypocrite.
Oh,
You just made an excuse for Barack Obama, but you can make an excuse for Trump.
love that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you grow up another 20 years and come back on my show?
Yeah, because I love how, because you're old and fucking wrinkly, you just know more than me.
You know what? I got a wife that loves this old wrinkled man. I don't need approval from a young ignorant female. A socialist liberal migrant that got the privilege to be in this country legally and doesn't know how to respect the law. How would you protect this country from illegal immigrants? You still haven't answered that question.
People like you that want to fucking break this country apart.
Sure. Blame me. How would you fix it?
Immigration is.
How would you fix it? I want you to answer that. You know what your answer was to that question? You said, I'm not ICE. I'm not the federal government. Shut the hell up then. And stop judging the way they do it if you don't have an answer. Give me an answer. How would you do it?
What? What's your solution?
How would you deport him? I support Trump. I support everything that they're doing right now because I don't have a better solution.
That's working so well. Leaked DHS documents literally show that the self-deportees, only 72,000 deportations, even though Kristi Noem said it was 2 million, right?
It's 2.5 million plus.
Half of those 72,000 were already in ICE detention. So it's working so well, isn't it, Dennis, huh?
How would you do it?
I actually did already.
You didn't answer. How would you do it?
I told
Your answer was, I'm not in ICE. I'm not in the federal. Shut up. Give me an answer.
I explained it to you, but I know your ears are closed.
Okay, explain it again. I'm an old man. Explain it again.
I know.
Yeah, how would you do it again?
You guys are jealous of my youth.
Yes, I know. Such a youthful woman. Explain to me, how would you do it again? How would you get rid of illegal immigrants?
Committed a crime, get out of here.
Asylum,
get out of here.
Yeah.
Don't have a case for the courts, get
Yeah,
out of here.
yeah. And how would you get rid of them? That's nice to say. How would you get rid of them, I said?
I'd probably call up Obama and ask for some tips.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not an answer. How would you get rid of them?
That is a tip. I would fucking use ICE the same way that they've been used for 20 years without
And how is that?
I loved it when the Republicans were bringing up that ICE deportation video that CNN conducted from Obama, because it literally shows every single fucking thing that he did right and that Trump is fucking doing wrong.
Yeah.
And how to avoid. But you fuckers used it as like, oh, this is my proof.
So how would you do it? You still haven't answered.
What are you fucking, like, my guy, what are you so confused
My
about?
girl, how would you do it?
The exact same way that we have since 2000.
And how was that?
Before Donald Trump.
Go ahead. Here we go. You get your answer right now. How was that? How did Obama do it?
He had warrants for the people that he was actually looking for. He didn't show up to random places. Remember?
Yeah,
this is what I was talking about randomly showing up at Home Depot,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
I already answered this already, but let me help you, Grandpa. Right? It would be.
And what have we
It
tried?
wouldn't be just you're brown, you have an accent.
Okay.
Like,
Well, here, I want to use your brains. Your youthfulness is great to me. Tell me, if getting warrants to go to jails didn't work, and the sanctuary cities did not allow you to use that route, how would you get rid of them? Short circuit.
yes, because I had to think about first.
Yeah, I know you got to think about it, but think about it. If the government, if the Democrats or Republicans block you access from jails, how would you go about getting rid of these people?
If they block me from the jails, well,
Yeah.
isn't the problem that you're apparently saying is that all these illegals are like running loose in our streets,
Yeah.
and that they're not caught in our jails? Isn't that already? Like, again, I don't agree with Democrats, like, blocking them from jails because, like I've literally said
There you
over
go.
and over,
Yeah.
you committed a crime, get
Yeah.
them out of here.
Yeah.
But even if they did...
So that's what we're
agree
saying.
Okay, yeah, I've heard that on Fox News, thanks. But you're also saying that, the illegals are running loose and they're all over the streets and they're coming for your daughters and they're going to rape and kill you, da-da-da-da. So wouldn't you still have to go and round up all the ones fucking outside of the prisons?
You know what I tell people when I meet them? I don't ask them if they're Hispanic, even though I probably have I can have the prejudice of, if you don't speak English, you might be illegal. I don't go ask them if they're legal or not. That's just not what I do. But when I talk with them, it's just like, what do you think about this? Like I make them give me the answer, and I try to understand them, because you have to understand, when I first came to this country, I didn't speak English, right? But I grew up with a lot of Mexicans, and they happened to be from Mexico City. And, we all hung out because we play soccer, but there was a few of them that would just be hammered, driving drunk, DUIs, etc. They will get deported, and they will just come right back the next week. That's just the border. That's how it is. But a lot of them, they actually found a way to actually get papers. And I mean, they just happen to be, some of them have become pastors, and they give the same advice on immigration to their churches, and be like, hey, you need to start looking for filling out the paperwork, follow up. If they come and deport you, it is God's will. And just the way that they think, it's so much like the way I think. Okay, I'm not saying let's go ahead and call immigration or ICE on every illegal immigrant. I know thousands of them that I can just say, well, let's deport this guy. No, I do believe that people are going to think that I'm a hypocrite, but I do believe that people deserve a second chance. And I think that I will give everybody a chance to pass a criminal background check. And if they don't have it, chances are I want them here. But again, it doesn't lie in, like, if I could make an executive order, I would, but I can't. It has to rely on Congress to do it. The legislature is the one in charge of that, because they're the lawmakers, right? So if they change the law, then we wouldn't have this problem. And so believe me, I want every single one of my Hispanics to be legal in here, but I want them to love this country. I want them to respect the law. And there's so much fraud going on right now. It's like a hot zone, like, what do? We got to go to the next level of trying to get people out of here. And unfortunately, like you said, there's people that have been here for years, and this and that, and DACA document holders. Some of these people, they miss court. They have a legal, immediate deportation orders and this stuff. And they just, sometimes it's just the ignorance, of our people. But I blame those who don't help them get their papers straight.
Say something, Dennis?
Yeah, go ahead.
So your whole plan is great. I agree with it. Great. It's way more humane than what is currently going on, and I don't see how you don't understand that, and how you don't understand that supporting this is going to cause horrible, horrible ramifications for our community right now and in the future.
So who would you blame for that?
Also, I blame the rhetoric. Are you kidding? The rhetoric coming from the top man in the fucking office. Like, you just talked about fraud, right? I'm guessing, the Somalis, the illegal Somalis are all committing fraud. 90% of the Somalis in Minnesota are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, of course they are.
Then there were 80 of them. It was either 80 or 180 convicted and tried. That's not representative of the entire Somali community. But now you have people, because of what Trump said and what all the Republicans are saying, you have people like you tying Somali fraud, like literal legal U.S. citizens, and now you're saying that they're just all fraudsters because they're all from the same community. Like, do you not see what you're doing? Are you just going to wait around and see what they're going to do for Hondurans next? Like, what's going to be the lie for Hondurans?
Well, my first advice is always, if you're here illegally, self-deport. That's my first advice. Second, you can either chance getting deported, whether you've been here for 30, 40 years. If you get caught, see you later. It's that simple. So they have an option, right? If you stay here, you can wing it. If you get deported, don't blame me. But you have the option, self-deport, and ask for permission back. Because you're not mentioning, you're only mentioning one side of the. Yeah, but you're giving me a rhetoric on top of that. You're giving me a rhetoric. You're blaming the man in the freaking office, you said, right?
My God, what did he say about Somalis? He literally came
But he's
out
right.
and said they are all. He's right.
Yeah.
Every single
What is the
Somali
percentage of Somalis on welfare right now and using medical services for free? What is the percentage of them that depend on welfare?
I've heard those numbers, Dennis.
Yeah, 80%.
Look up how many. Let me see what statistics I can use against Hondurans. So fucking like,
No, it's not just Hondurans. It's every illegal immigrant.
I know, like everyone has their problems, but you are literally generalizing entire groups of people.
Is it my fault that the same people were also caught with fraud here in Washington and Oregon and California and Utah and Idaho? You think it's my fault that it's Somalis? It's the same people. It is the same people. You can look it up, sweetheart. But listen, you always miss the part where the blue sanctuary cities are not collaborating with getting rid of the criminals. That's what you're missing. But anyways, I hope I can prove you wrong in the future. Okay, I understand. Keep doing what you're doing. I don't blame you for the way you're thinking. I think you're trying to use your critical thinking. We just disagree. Okay, but I agree to disagree with you. You be blessed. Thank you so much for the call.
Say the comments. The commenters suck ass, all of them.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time, and I have to put up with it. So there's that. Yeah. All right, thank you for your call. Okay, be good.
Bye.
Thank you.
God bless.
Be blessed. Guys, I'm not upset at her, and I'm not mad at her. She should see what Hillary and others said. Yeah, you know, I don't blame her. Like I think she's on the right. Like I understand her feelings. I really do. And that's the thing that you have to be able to try to be neutral, right? If I'm going to blame Democrats for the economy, well, I want to give you why. What I would do different. I didn't want to put her on the spot because she already knows that Barack Obama did the same thing. The difference is, of course, nobody was protesting Obama deporting people, and then of course the most important one today was that the Democrats in blue sanctuary cities, they don't cooperate with the federal government, so it causes a friction, it causes a fight, and I think that eventually she's going to come to the right decision and the right opinion on that. All right, thanks for calling. Sorry, I guys, if I'm on the phone, I can't answer and just hang up on somebody unless they're being like really rude. Which the last caller was not being rude. She was a little condescending, but she's okay. I'm okay with that. All right, who's calling? Malik, what's going on, Malik? What do you think? How do we protect our country? What can we do?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
How long have you been here in this country?
Almost 4 decades.
Give me years, please.
Let me see. I don't know, about 37 years, I think.
37 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
37, 38, somewhere in there.
How long has your ancestors been here in this country?
Let's see. 1970s, somewhere in there.
Okay, 1970 something.
Yeah.
So
Wait, no, sorry, 1950s. 1950s.
Okay, even 1950s.
Yeah, uncles.
Isn't it kind of hard for you to say anything or give opinions about a country that you just got here in 1950s and give opinions when people have been here for thousands of years or 1,000 years before you or even 100 years before you?
Now, careful with your question.
But
wait, hold on. I want you to understand your question. Here, no, listen to me here real quick. I'll let you ask. But I want you to understand. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me finish. I want you to understand how you're framing the question. Okay?
I know how to frame a question.
Okay, yeah. You said country. Hold on. But this country is not thousands of years old.
Go ahead.
Okay. This country is not thousands of years old. This country is 250 years old. So where did these thousands come from?
It's more than 250 years old, number one.
250 years old. That's how old we are.
No. It's not 250 years old.
How old are you?
I'm 60 years old.
Okay, well, you're not thousands of years old, so how will you get to say something about this country? You see how stupid that question was? But go ahead. Go ahead and reframe it.
No, it's not stupid.
Yeah. I descend from natives from Central America. We could have migrated in the same Americas. It doesn't matter how small the territory is today. I'm still a Native American. more than you and your ancestry. I can tell your ancestry comes from Africa, but I don't. I come from here.
No. Calm down.
You can't beat me, bro.
You're a rational man. You're a rational man.
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay. How long has Trump been in this, in this country?
All his life.
He can't be here all his life if he's only 80-some years old.
That's all his life. His father was here before him, Fred Trump.
And what was he doing?
Doing the same thing his son is doing today.
Exactly. What was he doing?
Building America, settling.
No, he wasn't building.
Yeah, he wasn't a migrant looking for work. He was settling. He was building stuff.
Wait. Hold on. How did his people get here in this country? Did they come here to settle?
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what white people do.
How could you're contradicting your own people.
How? Why?
You said that you were here as an original.
Yeah.
As the original.
Okay.
They come here and settle. Or
Yeah.
They come here and take.
Yeah, they make us better.
No. You not answer the question. Did they come here to settle or did they come here to take?
Settle.
No, take.
Take what? Take. Are you one of those that believe this is stolen land? You believe this is stolen land?
Are you mentally ill?
I just answered the question, yes or no.
No, I'm just saying, are you mentally ill?
I must be, because I don't understand your rhetoric.
Did they come here to settle and then agree with the people here? Okay, is it okay if we come here? Okay, can we make some documents to say that we know it's your land? Is it okay that we go by your laws and then we can immigrate? And then we can come in here and we can be fine. We can share knowledge about how we want the world to be and this, that, and the other. Oh, did they come here and kill and take it?
Yeah, they did. Now, I'm going to ask you the same question to you. I want to ask you the same question to you.
Yes.
Did the Comanche? Wait a minute. I want to talk. Forget about the Europeans. Did the Comanche?
Did you say that they did or didn't?
They did. They came over here. There's a whole history of how they worked together with the natives. But here's the question for you. Here's a question for you, my friend. You're starting to listen. You're starting to sound racist. Let me go ahead and explain.
No, I'm not.
Hold on, but let me finish. Let me ask you a question. I answer your question, so let me ask you a question. They were brought here through boats. We bought slaves from the slave country.
Wait, wasn't no we, because you weren't no part of it.
I am an American citizen. I take part of the inheritance of the history of this country. Of course I am. Of course I'm part of the history.
Not because you wasn't over there going.
Oh, neither were you. Neither were you. Neither were you.
Wait a minute.
No, wait a minute. Now, let me ask you a question. I want you to answer one question for me.
You said that because
No, I'm not contradicting myself. I want you to answer my question.
I'm not American, and you're descendants of the people that you came.
I didn't say you're not American. I didn't say you're not American.
I'm going to ask you a question again.
No, let me ask you a question, and then you can ask me another question.
Okay, yes, I'll answer.
Did the Comanche tell the Apaches that it was okay to join forces, or did they fight each other for land?
That's irrelevant.
Irrelevant. No, it's not. Everybody in history has to fight for conquering the land.
Two people who are native to the country.
Yeah.
Now talk about the Europeans. Did any of those people agree to them just come taking their land? It's apple and oranges. Don't try to test my intelligence. You will never win on that one.
Your intelligence is pretty low IQ right now. The natives, we were fighting each other before the white men came over. So what is the difference?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Again. When anybody who comes from their native land away from these Americas, which is America's Vespucius, am I correct?
Say that again?
This name is named after who?
That's irrelevant. What is the actual question?
What do you mean?
It's irrelevant, man. California has all these freaking Spanish names everywhere because there's a history.
Don't make sense. because you all don't take knowledge into play. You all come over here, y'all just spew out anything y'all feel is necessary.
The Chief Wild Horse on the chat. He's the Comanche chief.
I'm not talking about the Chief Wild Horse on the chat.
Well, you have to ask me the right question.
I'm talking about facts.
No, you're saying. See, you're saying this is stolen land. This is conquer land.
I'm gonna go with this. Are all Indians red?
What?
Sir, are all Indians red?
We're brown. There's some red. Yes, some of them were red. You know why?
You said we're who?
You know why?
You said we're who?
Yeah, some of them were brown, but some of them were red.
No. See, there you go again. You checking yourself. See,
That's what I just said.
Hold up. Because you're not trying to answer logically. You're trying to find a reason.
I don't think you know what logic is. You're not being logical. Chief Wild Horse doesn't feel conquered. He's free. He's free in America.
I asked you a question. I said, what does America come from? What's the word America come from? You got Google. Look it up.
No, I don't have to look it up. I'm okay with history.
You're not okay with history if you can't look it up. See, there's no history if you can't find history.
What I'm saying is you're trying to outcast the white man. What I'm telling you is, yes, you are. You said, were they here to steal or were they here to settle?
You're silly. And now here you go, and that's your talking point. Hey, look, if you don't agree with what I agree with, then now you hate white people. Why couldn't you say I hate Asian people?
Because I don't.
No, I said, why couldn't you say I hate Asian people?
I don't know. Maybe. Well, you obviously don't respect that I am Native American.
No, I just asked you. I told you, did the Europeans come over here to discuss? Can we come here?
No.
You can't answer.
No, and nobody asked permission to invade other people's land as well.
So you saying it's okay?
Well, yeah, that's what we did back then as well. We killed the weaker tribes. That's what we did.
Wait, who is we?
Us, Native Americans. You are not Native American. Your ancestors come from Africa. Why don't you go Shaka Zulu instead of trying to pretend that you're an American citizen here?
And that's exactly what.
Exactly. You can't say shit about the white people because you are just the same as they are. You are exactly the same as the white people that came to this country. That's why you don't have shit to say about us. I'll tell you what, I respect the Chief Wild Horse when he tells me that the white man did this and did that because he is a Native American.
We cannot talk over each other.
Well, shut up and let me finish. Guess who the host is. So okay, I'm gonna mute you for a second because you're disrupting me right now. These people forget that I'm the host in my channel. You don't tell me how to run my channel. If you don't agree with what I'm saying, that's fine. But Chief Wild Horse, no disrespect to you, right? I understand you don't feel conquered and you probably disagree with how this country was evolved and developed. But what I hate is when people that are not Native Americans, like they're not from this part of the continent, right? When they have a problem and they start saying, does the white man did this and this, they're the same. Asians, blacks, everybody. They're all the same. You guys are on the same boat, and then you come over here and tell us how we're supposed to think. Don't come over here and act like you're some Native American. You're not. You're African descent. I can tell by your voice. You're African descent. You're not an American native. You're not. So, with that being said, the reason why we have black tribes in here is because we went and fought pirates, African pirates. And they were enslaving our American citizens. Yes, the white people that were settlers, the ones that built this country to be as great as it is. We freed our white citizens from the pirates in Africa and brought African slaves. You know why? Most of them actually volunteered to come here because your African people were horrible to the African slaves themselves. So now we have a lot of years of African descent throughout the whole Americas. I get that. But you don't originate from the Americas. You originate from Africa, from Europe. All of the people on the other side of the hemisphere are the same thing to me. And the only people that I feel connected to are my Native American brothers in here. And I'm going to tell you something. Chief Wild Horse is the only one that can go ahead and bitch and complain with me and fight me on this because he actually has the right to say it. He is not European. He's not African. He's actually American, and that's what it is. My friend, you need to go revisit the Shaka Zulu tribe, okay? But thanks for calling. Chief Wildhorse, I apologize. I had to bring your Comanche tribe in here. But you know what? We had to be realistic. Before the white men came to this country, before even the Vikings that they say that they discovered as Americans before us, Comanches were the strongest tribe in North America. And they are the strongest warriors, according to history. The Apaches got the reputation, and all these other Native Americans do too. But you have to acknowledge that you were fighting amongst each other. I mean, for Pete's sakes, we were sacrificing ourselves to gods. Natives used a lot of witchcraft and killed their own people as well. So, when it comes to this whole border thing and who's American and who isn't, the reason why American history is mine is because I made an oath to accept all the bad things and the good things of the American history. And I'm proud of it. Do I agree with the best? Of course not. But you know what? I am proud of where we are today. And so nobody can come in here and tell me otherwise. So, Chief, I have a question for you, Chief. How would you help me secure our country? Because Democrats don't want to allow us to deport the criminals. How would you help me protect the Native American tribes in here and just the whole United States of America in general? How would you do that? Yeah, black people can tell me, oh, you don't know about slavery. Please. We were slaved by Spaniards. So what? So what? We are no victims. And we were slave way before the black people were slave here in this country. 1500s. Compare that to your 1800 history. 1500s. I am not proud of the corruption. That's not what I said. That's how libtards think. I'm not proud of the corruption. What I'm saying is that we are now all one people. That's all I'm saying. We are all one people. Whether you accept it or not, that's your choice. I see every single Native American here in North America, which has probably nothing to do with South America and Central America, where I'm from, but I feel more connected to my Native Americans. And even if I was born here on this side of the North America, I will still think the same way. Blacks don't have more rights than I do. I don't have more rights than blacks. Nobody. Everybody has equal rights in this country. And that's the thing that people don't understand. Right? Yes, this is a country of immigrants. I am a Honduran American, period. But my blood is American, period. Whether you like it or not, I am from America. With that being said, that doesn't mean that I get to go to Guatemala or to Nicaragua whenever I want. Every land has been marked by a frontier, or what you know as border. And this right here, my friends, tells me that I'm an American citizen, and that gives me the right to come to this country. Whoop, whoop. Isn't that fantastic? Now, with that being said, Chief Wildhorse, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you. It is what it is. All right, so anybody else can go ahead and give me. Now, don't come in asking stupid questions like the last caller. I want you to tell me how we can protect our country. Better question. How are Democrats protecting our country? Because I can tell you this. Even I don't claim a party. Whoever sponsors me, I'm going to pick a side, but I'm not going to pick their policies. I'm going to pick the policies that I believe in. And I can tell you, there is not one politician, not one person going for government that wants to work with our native tribes like I do. Nobody. Nobody wants to work for immigration reform. Not one. And those who are in office right now, they're not doing shit for our native tribes nor the illegal immigrants. They like to call them undocumented. They don't care if our native people are being hurt by illegal immigration. They don't care if our rivers are being destroyed because of dumbass people that don't respect the law. They don't care that our economy is destroying our livelihoods because we allow a lot of illegal immigrants in here. 78% of the population growth in Washington state alone has been illegal immigrants. How do you excuse that? You have Muslims that are bragging about they're making 4.3 children, and Americans are only making one. You got to pick a side. You got to pick a side. And even if I'm never in office, Vet for Democracy, I stand for truth, for liberty, and justice for all. But most importantly, under God, I believe the American citizens are priority in this country. And that, my friends, includes my Native American families. Robert, he's always a cranky ass Vet for Democracy. This guy suffers from PTSD. I feel bad for him. I really do. TW says, see, Dennis, I'm on a stream where they hate Trump and I didn't get involved with my side. Yeah. Yeah, listen to me. I want to make it really clear. All right. I'm going to run for governor here because I have to. Whether I fail or I get put into the government position, it's irrelevant. I have to prove that I tried for myself, not for you, for myself. And I have to prove that I really love this country and that I really have the policies that will make this country better, especially my state. And that's what I'm going for. If I fail, oh my gosh, thank you very much. I know my plans. I know what I have for my future and my family, and it's a very good one. So regardless of how you like me or don't like me, it doesn't matter. I got to do what I feel is right. Just like many natives back in the day, they did what they believed was right. Whether they were successful, whether they got victory or they got lost, it doesn't matter. They stood up for what they believe, and that's exactly how I am. So there is that. Yeah, you know, the people will never agree with me for the simple fact that I support President Trump. Yeah, that's very irrelevant. You can support witchcraft. I don't give a crap. As long as you're doing something good for the people, I'll let God deal with you. It's that simple. Yeah, absolutely. What are you going to do for black people? Well, first of all, I'm going to get them out of the ghetto, and I'm going to give incentives to go to work. Get to work. We have so many communities here in Washington State where blacks and minorities live. It's always ghetto. Smell of weed, marijuana, and alcohol all over the place. That's just the way it is. And I'm not being prejudiced or racist or hateful. That's just the way it is. It is the same reason why I want to make a change. I want to reward people that want to go to work. When I start running for my campaign, you guys will hear more about it, okay? And believe me, I'm going to go off on my campaign. I'll tell you that right now. I can't wait. I can't wait to start. But just know, right now, I'm not running for government, okay? So I have to wait until it's official, and then we can talk about it, all right? But one of the key words is, what are you going to do for black people, he said. Well, I want to know. What do black people want? Give me that. I'm assuming you're black. So give me that. Here, why don't you call me? As a matter of fact, call me and tell me, what do black people want? And don't tell me reparations. Don't start with that racist bullshit, okay? Because I don't agree with that. And that's one of the things that's going to fly out the window. But I want you to tell me, okay? What can I do for black people? And let's see what we can come up with. Hopefully, something good. I want to know, what do you think I can do for the people? Oh, yeah, that was the main question. Why should I vote for Democrats? Go ahead, Vet for Democracy. You seem to love democracy, even though you're a hypocrite on that. But tell me, what are you going to do to make your state better? Why should I vote Democrat? You won't do anything for anyone, just like Trump. Yeah, because the $12 billion that the farmers just got, which Democrats have never given, yeah, that's nothing as well. Anywho, if that doesn't make sense, then you need therapy. Oh, no, that's Robert, you're late. He's been needing therapy for a very long time. That's for sure. All right, come on, guys. Give me a call. Tell me, why should I vote for Democrats? Now, the problem with that question, Jason, is I asked that question to Pizza Guy. Pizza Guy, his response is, these new socialist Democrats are going to make our country better, where transgenders will have the same rights as everybody else, where trans women can be in women's sports. I'm serious. He says, I'm against Western civilization. He says he's a Christian, but he wants to adapt Muslim to be in this country. I know when people hear that, oh my God, this guy's hateful. This guy, no. If you don't know what Muslims are, then you can't give me your opinion. If you're going to tell me that I should welcome Muslims, I want you to tell me why. Vet, that's not an answer. Calling me a liar is not an answer. It's not an answer. Robert said, if I ever voted Democrat again, that means I'm suicidal. That's right. Nathan says, hell no. Your ancestors wouldn't claim you. Shut up, Andrew. My ancestors were killing our own selves. You're retarded. You don't know my history, so shut the hell up. The Gulf is a much better place to live. Which Gulf? The Gulf of America or the Gulf of Persia? All right. Malik says, it's the truth. Malik. Oh, man. On the contrary, Brooklyn, I love myself. Well, actually, I don't love myself. I love Jesus Christ. And I deny myself. So, yeah, you're right. Maybe you're right there. But I do love Jesus Christ, which in turn receive a lot of love from God. Yeah, Gulf of America, let's go. Andrew King says he blocked me from calling. He couldn't respond to my question. Andrew, if you were the guy that was talking to me, that is the stupidest questions you ask. I want you to make sense. Do not talk about white people coming in here to steal land or to settle when your people were also brought here from another continent. So I can't stand people that do that shit. I can't. Why don't you go back to Africa and see how great Africa is? All right, nobody else? All right. Let's go ahead and watch our next clip. This is only about 12 minutes, I think it was. So let me remove this from here. And let's take a listen to our vice president, our great J.D. Vance.
Good morning, everybody. Steven, you there? Okay, great. Well, it's good to see everybody. Hell, we have half the cabinet here. We could have just done a cabinet meeting. It's good to see everybody and good to see the press this morning. So we're going to say a few words and then kick you guys out for the interesting part, which will be the closed door meeting. First of all, great to have our new DHS Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen, here. Great to have Colin McDonald here, who has been confirmed but not yet sworn in to his new position at the Department of Justice. And I would say that's maybe the most exciting thing that's actually happened on the fraud task force is the fact that we now have a leader on the anti-fraud side at DOJ who's going to work with the task force, who's going to use the resources that we're putting together to make sure that we really supercharge this anti-fraud effort. So let me just say a few things about this, and then I want to kick it over to Andrew. Oh, hello, Brooke. Brooke's alarm clock didn't go off this morning. So here's the basic problem that we've had in this government going back for probably 30 or 40 years is that you've never had an administration that has really taken this seriously until the president put us really from day one of the Trump administration who said, we have to take the fraud issue seriously. And a lot of the anti-fraud protections that existed in our government for a very long time were actually turned off by the Biden administration. So we think fraud has been a problem for a long time. It became a massive, massive problem under the Biden administration. We're going to do a number of things. First of all, we're going to turn back on those anti-fraud protections so that all of these cabinet officials are looking at what's going on and focusing on it. The second thing is that we're going to take a whole of government approach. So much of what's going to make the anti-fraud task force work is that we're communicating across different departments. So when Bobby Kennedy is talking to Scott Bessent about things that he's seeing in Medicare and Medicaid, when Scott is seeing things at Treasury, when Brooke is seeing things at Agriculture, when Scott is seeing things at Housing and Urban Development, what we're going to actually do is force the bureaucracy to take this seriously and work together as political principles to make sure that we stop allowing fraudsters to steal the American people's money. And that brings me to my final point before I'll kick it over to Andrew, who is leading this anti-fraud task force. This is not just theft of the American people's money. This is also theft of critical services that the American people rely on. Some of you have heard me tell this story before, but I think that the autism scam that we've seen in the Somalian parts of Minnesota really illustrates well what's been going on across whole layers of our government. So you have a program set up under Medicaid to help autistic children and their families get the resources that they need, because of course we know that when you have a kid who's on the spectrum, it requires a little bit more help, a little bit more services. And so the government, enforcing the mandate from the American people to be kind and compassionate to our citizens, has set up this program to help families who are dealing with these particular struggles. Now, what we've seen is Somali fraudsters at an industrial scale taking advantage of that program to the tune of millions and millions of dollars. And there are two separate tragedies there. The first tragedy is that you have people who pay into the federal government, who pay into the IRS, who pay their taxes expecting that those taxes will go to help their fellow citizens, and it's not going there. It's going to help fraudsters. That's tragedy number one. And the more important tragedy is that you have families who need these services who are unable to get them because people are getting rich off of fraud schemes instead of making sure that autistic children and their families get access to these resources. And unfortunately, that story, while it's very concrete and very obvious what we're seeing in Minneapolis, it is replayed again and again and again across many states and across many different programs. It has to stop. The President of the United States has ordered us to stop it, and that's what this task force is going to do. So without further ado, I'll kick it over to Andrew, who will talk about some of our work here today. But the most exciting thing is that this task force is finally stood up. We've got allies at Department of Justice now who are going to take this thing by the horns. We've got allies across every major significant department, and we are going to stop the fraud that's being committed against the American people. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to begin by thanking President Trump and the Vice President for the confidence they put in me to help lead the task force. America is the most generous nation in the history of the world. For decades, Americans have turned over trillions of their tax dollars to social welfare programs to help their neighbors and fellow citizens through hard times. They've done so on the basis of social trust, the belief that their governments, state and federal, will do the right things with their dollars and that their fellow citizens will honestly participate in these programs. Fraud shreds the social trust on which these programs and our entire nation depend. This fraud crisis is thus existential. If we fail to address it, the fabric of our nation will swiftly unravel. And the American people feel like they are getting ripped off, and they're right. As the President's executive order establishing this task force declared, extensive, undetected fraud can only exist in a system that ignores it. And fraud is indeed easy to ignore when grasping politicians are in on the con. For years, the Biden administration and its allies in Democrat-run states knew of this corruption in our federal benefits programs and did nothing about it. Their failures have robbed every American citizen of their tax dollars, but even worse, they've deprived American citizens who actually need these services. Every dollar diverted to a fake hospice or a fake autism center, every dollar paid to an upcoding hospital deprives an American citizen who needs these essential services. Fraud, therefore, wounds the neediest among us, the very people that Americans want to help when they fund our social welfare programs. Finally, We have a president who is doing something about this corruption crisis. We are here today because President Trump and Vice President Vance won't ignore it. And we won't ignore the public officials who have facilitated it. Our work on this task force will be to develop a comprehensive national strategy to combat the corruption of our federal benefits programs and to assist the Department of Justice in prosecuting those who have corrupted them. In doing so, we will restore the social trust that has been lost because of mismanagement and fraud. The presence today of so many members of the President's cabinet, including the Vice President himself, is a testimony to the importance of our work and its priority in this administration. Together, we can remove the scourge of fraud in our federal benefits programs, and we can restore public confidence in their efficacy and integrity. I look forward to our important work. And with that, I'll turn it over to Stephen Miller.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you to the Vice President for your leadership in establishing this task force and for gathering us all here today. And I have some personal behind-the-scenes experience with talking to the Vice President and seeing how resolutely determined he was at the very first exposure of some of these shocking discoveries to create, establish, and launch this task force. And if you knew what I knew about the people at this table, you would understand just how committed this government, this administration is to ending this massive theft of American taxpayer dollars. The people at this table are all united in absolute determination to stop this plague of fraud, criminality, and abuse. I think what's important for Americans to understand about how pervasive and widespread the fraud is that all of our systems were set up and established for a high-trust society. I think that most citizens probably assume that there's some verification process that takes place for the receipt of most federal benefits. The reality is that there is not. This is particularly true in blue states, willfully true in blue states, in which all of these programs are operated entirely on the honor system. No verification takes place before individuals are enrolled in or receive these benefits. So as a simple example, if you're a Somali refugee living in Minnesota, you could lie about how many children you have. You could lie about what your immigration status is. You could lie about your marital status. You could lie about child care. You could lie about disability. You could lie about all these things and many more. And nobody in the state of Minnesota would validate any of these facts before writing you a check. We at the federal government are simply sent a bill from the state of Minnesota for the cost of providing these services in the aggregate. So to take the food stamp program as an example, SNAP, and that of course is administered by Secretary Rollins, we do not know the names of any SNAP recipient in the state of Minnesota. We just get a blank check. We have asked the state repeatedly and tried to compel the state unsuccessfully to turn over their SNAP enrollment rolls so we could ascertain such basic facts as, are these people even legally eligible to receive these benefits? And the state has refused, absolutely categorically refused. And in fact, the state has spent millions of dollars in court for the singular purpose of trying to prevent the state from ascertaining the identity of a single SNAP recipient in the entire state of Minnesota. Think about what this does to public trust, social trust, people's faith in the system, right? Imagine in a community, a working class community in the Twin Cities, say a native Minnesotan who works as a lineman or works as a construction worker, works in any job that requires hard work, dedication, focus, who's worried about his ability to support for and provide his family. And then imagine that he has a neighbor who's a Somali refugee who arrived 2 years ago and has a Mercedes and no financial stress and no worries at all in the entire world and never seems to ever go to work at all because he just went to an office in the state, lied on a piece of paper, and got unlimited free money forever for life. That is the system that is being run, and that is the corruption that this task force, under the leadership of the Vice President, is going to demolish. And I'll just conclude by saying that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the atrocity that is taking place in Congress with congressional Democrats fighting relentlessly to abolish the very federal agencies that are responsible for policing and investigating fraud, as well as all matters of homeland and national security. I see, of course, a new secretary who has just been confirmed to DHS, my good friend, Mark Wayne Mullen. He now takes command of a department whose men and women have been working without pay for weeks on end to protect and defend the American people, to protect and defend our coastlines, to protect and defend our families. Well, they've been treated with nothing but derision, hatred, and contempt by congressional Democrats. It is legislative terrorism. It is one of the greatest abominations that has ever occurred in the history of this country, and it's to the everlasting and eternal shame of the Democrat Party. Again, thank you, Mr. Vice President, for your leadership and vision in establishing this task force. I'm proud to serve on it under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thanks, everybody. We're not going to take questions because we have some very important work to do, but we will certainly do some press events in the future. Thank you all.
To try to teach me history here, to make a point, I think it's a little bit ridiculous. Like, I can tell you some things in history on why I make my decisions, but if you want to teach history, you got to make your own channel. Number one, Seraph, oh boy. We have a Second Amendment obligation to remove Trump from our nation. Is that right? You or we? Yeah, Seraph, please, by all means. Tell me, why should I support Democrats? Lay it on me, genius. Tell me, should I use my Second Amendment right against Democrats who are obviously breaking the Constitution of Washington State and of the United States of America, living like kings while they are blaming Trump, saying that he thinks he's a king? Tell me, when President Donald Trump wants to bring jobs back to America, is that a tyrant? Of course not. Tell me, when the governor and the Democrats don't allow the people to vote something that is constitutional to Washington State, and they do what they want to do, should I put my Second Amendment right to your theory? No. That's stupid. Why don't you run for government? Why don't you run for office? Why don't you become a politician and change this country? Why don't you join Congress so that you can go and argue with them? Why don't you run for Senate so that you can make a difference? Why does it have to be violent? You see, that's the retardation on your leftist libtard mentality. You think everything is solved with violence. See, you understand that to go protest means burn down buildings, destroy businesses. I don't believe that. I believe that if we're going to protest, we're going to go on the sidewalk. And if we're going to cover a street, we need to apply for a permit to enforce our First Amendment right. But we do it peacefully. Why is it that the libtards always want violence? Why is it? Tell me, why is there such a violent community amongst the Democrats? Why is it blacks are killing more blacks than anybody else? Why is it that Democrats support illegal immigrants being in this country and yet do nothing to protect us? They allow criminals to continue to kill American citizens and do nothing to protect us. California, even here, Washington, most filled with gangbangers. Why don't Democrats get rid of them? No, it's easier to blame Trump. Why don't you go use your Second Amendment right and go fight those who are oppressing the freedoms of others right here, locally, in our cities, in our state? You know why? Because that would be stupid, wouldn't it? So we need to vote for a government who has the balls to stand against corruption. The governor from California, Gavin Newsom, goes off on Nick Shirley for what? For what? Finding corruption? Shouldn't he be helping him fight corruption? Interesting. Yeah. What about January 6th? Explain that to me. Explain January 6th, Brooklyn. Yeah, explain that to me. Tell me why you're stupid enough to believe the lies of the Democrats that turn Americans against Americans. Here comes the criminal without due process. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. The retardation that comes through your minds, it's mind-boggling. You know, and I always wonder why we keep voting criminals into office. And the first thing that pops to your head is Trump. Yeah, go ahead and tell me what happened on January 6th. And don't spam. What happened on January 6th? I will allow you. Yeah, I know, Paul. Antonio says Sheriff is going to have issues with federal agents very soon. Pay him no mind. Yeah, true. We'll just ignore him. Let him put some comments on the chat so that he can show his true colors to everybody else on the chat. Very interesting. Let's listen to this little clip from our great vice president.
If you look at the number of illegal immigrants that exist in this country, we think that it's probably about 3 million lower than it was when we took office about 14 months ago. Now, that's a combination of self-deportations. We're trying to facilitate people who leave voluntarily. That's also, we're arresting more people and deporting them than we have pretty much at any period in the history of the U.S. government. The problem is we did inherit a mess. I mean, when I say 3 million, good news is that's 3 million fewer. My guess is we probably still have 20 million criminal illegal aliens in the United States of America. So there's a lot of work to do. But again, it goes back to we've got to keep our foot on the gas pedal. And we also need a Republican Senate and a Republican House that's helping us. What I've realized, Benny, about Democrats and Republicans is Democrats, they always stick together. They always vote the way that their leadership tells them to vote. So when you say, well, you have 53 Republican senators, why can't you get the Save America Act passed? And the reality is that we've only got 48 or 49 Republican senators who are willing to do the right thing. Good news, that's much higher than it was, okay? So even 10 years ago, I mean, this is one of the fundamental transformations that Donald Trump has wrought on the Republican Party is 10 years ago, there would have been 35 votes to break the filibuster and pass Save America. Now it's 48. So don't get discouraged. Just get involved because we need to get that 48 to 51 so we can pass this thing.
Just in case you were wondering about that information.
No, I mean, I've seen the...
Because you guys keep asking the same stupid question, but you never go and do the research to find out what is actually being said. Did you know that every single Democrat voted against everything that we believe is the best for our country? Ohio House just passed a bill to ban sexually explicit performances in front of children. Every Democrat believes that our children should be exposed to explicit sexual content. That's the libtard mentality right there. Serif is a transgender. He's not going to answer that question. He doesn't know. He's a transgender woman with hairy boobies. January 6th, says Brooklyn, the ignorant here. January 6th, president was the president. Fantastic. January 6th, the biggest divide of American history. And you bought it. And you have hate in there for misinformation. It was the same people that blame all the Americans protesting that was in the setup in the coup, giving high five to those fake protesters. Democrats were the same ones that hid all the FBI agents that were in the crowd. We use so many videos and footage about January 6th, and you libtards still believe what you believe. It is very unfortunate, but it is what it is. So you continue to live in the past of the lie that you have believed. You think that 5 minutes of footage equals thousands of hours of video footage of January 6th. You can go ahead and continue to believe that bullshit. We saw all the Republicans who were protesting inside the building, peacefully walking around, taking selfies. And then those agitators who the Democrats brought in started acting up. And yes, sure enough, other people who are gullible will respond and follow. But the fact remains, Democrats did not want our National Guard there to protect us because the setup was to allow them to come in and make it look like an insurrection. So you continue to believe your lies. What's going on, BC? How is New York at this time of day? Hopefully you guys are getting a lot of free bus rides over there. Yeah, I know. He called it out, and you guys still deny it. You guys still deny it. Uh-huh. Filibuster. The bill is supposed to be out. All that other shit is a filibuster. Okay, sure, whatever. Makes sense, will you? Robert Collin, how are you? We're doing good. Always trying to speak facts, but people don't want to hear the facts. They want to believe lies. For some reason, I don't understand what that part of the world wants. But Kami Mandani says, Paul Salsi, the hound dog, the hog, sorry about that. I was thinking about eating some pork, but you are the man. You are the hound dog that we have here that can tell us who are the libtards and the Trantifia on the chat. Love the free stuff, period, says BC. Because that's how he gets his free 40 ounces and that 1/8 of Hennessy. I got you, bro. Free snap for everybody. Love it. Love it. Pierre Power says, love Virginia right now. Love all these taxes and tax increases. Aren't they fantastic? You should move to Washington State. We got more taxes than anybody else. We beat California with taxes. Ain't that crazy? California ain't got nothing on us, man. Nothing. Fake Dennis says, are you still simping for billionaires? Yes. Rich and billionaires, they are the ones that support this country's economy. You're not a billionaire. You never will be, and I don't want to be. So what? That's a true statement. Sure, I will never be a billionaire. I don't want to be a billionaire. I just want to be free. I want to be able to enjoy my family. I want to be able to earn my keep, and that's it. I don't need your money. I want you to be prosperous. You be rich. I'm not going to blame you there's no food in my house. I'm going to blame myself for being a bad provider. So I'm going to push myself to continue to go out there and do what I need to do for my family to survive. Let's see. What? Seraph, shut the hell up, man. Stop lying. Seraph, you are one full libtard. You must be really retarded. Let me read your comment to the people here. He says, hey, Dennis Herrera, how's that drunk driving charge doing for you? You remember back in 2025 when you were busted for drunk driving? My record is clean as a whistle, sucker. See, look, this is exactly what the libtards do. They lie and lie to the people until they themselves feel that they have corrupted your mentality and they expect you to respect them. Well, guess what, sucker? Never been arrested for that BS. So just for saying false things, You are out of here. Don't lie about me. Don't lie about me. What's so funny is like this guy is probably a bot because I had let him out of the ban status quite a few times, but eventually the algorithm picks him up and then he comes in here and talk and say lies. By the way, if and when I do run for government, they're going to do a criminal background check. And guess what's going to come up? Nothing. So I will have to wait at least another month and a half to shut you the hell up. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. He was arrested. You got exposed. We'll find out. There's a better chance that I won't get officially added as a governor on the ballot because of bad credit than the criminal record. I got no criminal record and my credit is not bad. Ozzy says Aaron Weber Dem's approval rating is even lower. You know, I'm gonna tell you something, man. When they're going to do everything to keep me from being governor. Okay? They're going to do everything. All right, Brooklyn, I gave you a chance. You should remove your child's picture from there, bro. I gave you a chance. Plenty of chances. Plenty of chances. You need a little time out. You need a little time out. You should ask your parents for permission to be on my show, okay? This is for 18 and over. Vet, go back in the corner. I didn't tell you to get out yet. He said, why you blocked me? He never leers. They never lear their lesson. Look, Stardust Asinine. Oh, the name just tells me everything about you already. There's literally no way you're ignoring this spam comment unironically. I don't know what the hell you're trying to say. You're trying to sound smart, but you're not. You're not. You try to make a debate by asking questions to try to dig for something that you want to hear to be able to attack. But that's not how it works. Tell me why I should vote for Democrats. Number two, what are Democrats doing to protect our country? All right, those are the questions. Those are the questions. Go ahead. Give me a call. Why should I vote for Democrats and what are they doing to protect our country? That's what's important to me. That's what's important to me. So go on and tell me. Thank you, Vice President J.D. Vance. Oh, check this out. 2 hours ago, air dominance, Apaches over. I feel the Chief Wild Horse will love this. The Apaches over Iran's signal defenses crushed. Let's take a look at this one. This one looks interesting.
If you know them, you love them. And Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left.
You libtards don't know how to read? What does it say on the letters there? This guy doesn't know what the letters say. It says no block numbers.
Their presence is proof.
I try to make it as simple. There you go.
Are gone.
All right, here we go. Somebody's going to give me an answer. Hey, who's calling?
You couldn't even read the word unironically. Hey guys, the world's run by Jesuits, including the U.S. Sorry to tell you.
And how do we protect America? That's not the question. You're ironically moronic. That's not the question. I asked a simple question. Well, two simple questions. Why should I vote for Democrats? And what are Democrats doing to protect our country? Why is it that it looks like Democrats are always trying to destroy our country? When they protest, they destroy our country. They can't do it peacefully. They don't know what that means. When it comes to warring, they don't know how to fight. All they do is just go crazy emotionally, and they make no sense. Again, the question is, why should I vote for a Democrat? And what are Democrats doing to protect our country? Get educated by Bernie Sanders. This is your hero. This is your that's who you follow? Crazy Bernie? Is that right? You mean Crazy Bernie that tells you tax the rich while he gives them billions of dollars? Yeah, I don't think so. All right, let's listen to this clip.
Very important point here, talking about the Apache helicopter, talking about the A-10 Warthog. Operation Epic Fury rolls on. First in the Apache, top speed 170 miles an hour. It can be a killer in these down low areas too, because the service ceiling is 20,000 feet. If you had an effective air defense, 20,000 feet is nothing if it's effective and can hit it. But right now the Apache is operating in an area, a theater of war, that it can just do what it wants. So too with the Warthog. They've been trying to put the Warthog out of business for years, right? Been in service for 50 years. It's still doing it. Back during the Iraq War, it was a tank killer. Come on over here and I'll show you what's happened just in the past 24 hours. And as we did yesterday and the day before, I'll look at this area right here with that green dot. That's a confirmed airstrike. That is in the Strait of Hormuz. That's the town of Bandar Abbas, and you're going to hear a lot about it as the campaign continues to ramp up in that part of Iran. Here's the naval assets that are spread out, well covered just about everywhere. Retired Lieutenant General David Deptula, former commander of air operations over Iraq and the principal attack planner for the Desert Storm air campaign. You know it well. Based on the air campaign now, sir, and the devastating advantage, what's the next move and how important could it be to win this, to bring in ground troops?
Well, Bill, it's a great question. Let me start basically outlining the concepts of just what U.S. military doctrine embraces. They embrace a concept known as joint warfighting. I know you and Dana are familiar with it, but maybe perhaps some in the audience aren't. In a nutshell, it's really about using the right force at the right place at the right time to achieve a campaign's declared objectives. So it's not unusual to see Central Command contingency planning involve ground forces, particularly if diplomacy stalls and maritime pressure in the Gulf persists. Now, use of ground forces is not necessarily a preferred option because of the great risk of casualties. However, there may be options out there if there are objectives that cannot be accomplished any other way, such as physically securing Iran's enriched uranium, where they become very viable. That said, there are also some of the island seizing options that have been floating around that need to be addressed in the context of just exactly what effect does one want to achieve. So, you know, if seizing Karg Island is aimed at controlling Iranian shipping, the same thing can be accomplished by using air-delivered mines around that island. One doesn't need to seize the island and expose it. So this is an example of the kind of thinking in the context of effects or outcomes rather than just simply the traditional use of a particular type of force.
So
But,
there are
you know,
Marines. There are Marines en route there. They'll be there and in position within days, and more will come after that. And then you got the 82nd Airborne Division. This delay until April 6th, is it diplomacy or is it a delay to get those forces in place?
It's a great question. With respect to the president's announced 10-day delay in attacks on Iran's oil infrastructure, this is a classic case of coercive diplomacy. What the president's doing is using very visible military pressure to improve its negotiating leverage while keeping one foot on the escalation ladder and one foot at the bargaining table.
On the map behind me, sir, Strait of Hormuz, you mentioned Karg Island up here around the area of Iraq. Do you think the Iranians can maintain control of that strait, that 21-mile strip of waterway that's so important to so many countries?
The short answer is over time, no. They may be able to have an impact in the short term, but the plans that are in place for controlling Hormuz are ones that will ultimately provide the United States control of that region. And, I know time's an issue, but I'd be happy to go through some of those means that are being planned, but ultimately we're going to control the straits, not the Iranians.
Last question here. When you look at the air supremacy on behalf of the Americans and the Israelis, I don't think historically you can point to a moment like this in the history of warfare. What compares in your mind?
Well, it is an extraordinary campaign, and U.S. and Israeli forces are delivering exceptional results. They haven't quite gotten up to the level of effort that was accomplished during Operation Desert Storm, 43-day campaign, where we engaged over 45,000 aim points. We're up at over 10,000 targets right now. But it is a magnificent example of the competence and the capability of U.S. and Israeli forces.
New standard, I'd say. General, it's good to have you on. Thanks for coming on. Interesting thoughts there. Lieutenant General Dave Deptula. Thank you, sir. We'll speak again.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much for the update, even though the libtards don't want to hear it. I like how these bots or these trolls, they think that we don't recognize them when they come in with their fake profile. Man, these guys think that I was born yesterday. Anywho, Berniel, how are you, my friend? Blessings to you and your family. Can you believe the libtards are trying to lie that I got a DUI on my record? Just like they say that I had this incident in Texas. What the hell are you talking about? The only time I've been to Texas was decades ago, and that was to renew my Honduras passport. Oh, man, that's fantastic. You know what? When you have a DUI and criminal felonies and all that stuff, yeah, you can't be a citizen. You just can't. Not the way to do it. Oh, no. If Berniel was here, I'll have a beer with him. Sure, no problem. I can do all things. I just choose not to. Oh, but you have the court records? But please, put a link in the description. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at these records from my life, apparently. Oh, man, that's crazy. Yeah, he's a liar. He's fine. Let's see. Mike 1963. Let's see what Mike says. Mike says, based on historical data since World War II, the U.S. economy has generally performed better under Democratic presidents than Republican presidents, with higher average GDP growth, faster job creation. I wonder if that includes criminal aliens. But let's go ahead and give you the rights to that. Let's take a listen to the policies that Democrats have always supported. Oh, that's right. You don't want to hear them because that's exactly what the Trump administration is supporting with Republicans today. Isn't that interesting? That is so interesting. Yeah, that is absolutely right. Democrats are now Republicans. Democrats, the ones that you think are Democrats, they are Marxist, communist, socialist. And that's why they don't care about you nor your family's future. They don't care about national security. They don't care about people suffering because of TSA not getting paid. They don't care about the American people suffering as long as they go after the orange man. Every single Democrat politician has always said, F Trump, I'm going to fight him. And then you morons go out there and vote for him or for them. You see how that doesn't work? I don't care about the serif and the siren, whatever, bro. You're the same person. you're the same person. Dennis, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't lie. But anywho, let's go ahead and take a listen to some of the Democrats. Let's see. Let's see if I can find some videos. So Democrats from the 90s, maybe? Let's take a look. Let's take a listen here. That's an hour and a half. Hell no. Let's watch this 4-minute video. I don't know. It says how Democrats have changed since the Bill Clinton years. This week's Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia will have a Back to the Future feel as another Clinton readies to become fantastic. This is when Bill Clinton is going to become president, I think. This should look good for Democrats. So let's play something good for the Democrat Party.
In the name of the hardworking Americans who make up our forgotten middle class, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States.
When I look out at all of you, you know what I see? I see America's future.
100 miles and 24 years separates the 1992 New York Democratic Convention from the one that will open here in Philadelphia on Monday. But the distance is far greater than a matter of miles or years. Despite the familial link, the Democratic Party that will nominate the second Clinton is sharply different in makeup and philosophy from the one that nominated the first. Bill Clinton's campaign was based on the idea that voters did not trust the Democrats with their safety or their money. He promised a different agenda: middle-class tax relief, ending welfare as we know it, tougher on crime, pro-death penalty. Bill Galston was a key architect of that agenda.
The move towards fiscal restraint and a balanced budget, which yielded 4 years of surpluses, a focus on education reform, not just education investment, welfare reform, the trade agenda, which included not just NAFTA, but also the WTO.
The Democrats in Philadelphia are striking sharply different notes. The platform calls for ending mass incarceration, abolishing the death penalty, free college tuition for millions, cracking down on big banks, a public option for health care, and the right to an abortion without restrictions. Instead of Bill Clinton's wall of blue, mothers whose sons and daughters were killed by police will speak here.
Certainly a Bill Clinton convention would never have thought of having those type of speakers.
Ed Rendell, former Philadelphia mayor, Pennsylvania governor, and National Party chair.
There's no question the left wing is more progressive, it's more active, it's more into advocacy than it ever has been.
I remember Bill Clinton saying endlessly, and Hillary too, abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. That's not in the platform. Rare is out.
We've become, the progressive wing of the party is more dominant than it's been.
One reason is demographics. Racial minorities, voters under 40, and college-educated whites are an increasingly dominant force. When Bill Clinton won re-election in 1996, he lost the white vote to Bob Dole by just 3 percentage points. Barack Obama won re-election in 2012 despite losing the white vote by 20 points to Mitt Romney. Obama won with huge majorities of blacks, Hispanics, and Asians, who are now a bigger slice of the electorate.
And now we are the big tent party, and we represent the breadth and the diversity of this country. And here I am, an African-American woman from Brooklyn, New York, as the CEO.
Convention CEO Leah Daughtry says the changing approach to an issue like crime reflects a change in reality.
In those days when President Clinton was advancing the crime bill, everybody was in an uproar about the crack epidemic that was sweeping across the country, and everybody wanted something done about it. So, I think it is a mark of the Clintons to say, looking back, no, it was not the right thing.
There is, of course, another reason why the Democrats have moved left.
This type of rigged economy is not what America is supposed to be about.
Vermont's Bernie Sanders, the only avowed socialist in the Senate, mounted a surprisingly strong primary challenge to Clinton, winning 12 million votes and more than 1,800 convention delegates. Colorado Delegate Terry Tucker was one of them.
The Democratic Party was always a party of the people. It's become so much like the other party in many respects. The way you chase the big money, the way the establishment, the elite, choose which candidates are going to be put forward. We lost our roots, and we need to get back there.
Bill Galston says Hillary Clinton is walking a tightrope between the past and the present.
She understands that the party is nothing like the party that nominated and then helped to elect her husband.
Her challenge is crystallized by Sanders supporters like Terry Tucker. So if I could get you into a time machine and you somehow could travel back to 1992, what would you tell them was going to happen to their party 24 years when there's another Clinton on?
I believe there were some people that were trying to tell them that you're shutting out a huge part of the party, and it's going to have consequences.
But if they say to you, hey, you know what? We did put a two-term Democrat in the White House, so maybe Bill Clinton was onto something.
You've got winning elections down. But when did winning elections mean that as a political party, we don't do the right thing?
They missed the whole information about their own party. I bet you they can't tell me one fact about that short video from their own party.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
One down. Oh, so fantastic. Come on.
Work on this, rise in support of the amendment. First of all, Social Security card is used from one end of America to the other as an identification card right now. Who are we kidding? If you want to pass a law and says it shouldn't be, I would ask the chairman and the distinguished minority member of the Social Security committee to pass that law, but let's admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a Social Security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a Social Security card. This is an anti-fraud amendment. All over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud. And here, the gentleman from Florida has put together the most effective anti-fraud measure we can find without it changing the actions of the government one bit. And we find all this opposition. Ladies and gentlemen of this chamber, what I worry about is that this bill, which started out with good intentions, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, is going to end up being the same kind of thing that the public gets angry with us on. We say we're doing something, and we do nothing. Because every time someone makes a rational and small proposal to get something done, people say, well, what about this hypothetical, that hypothetical, etc. I urge support of this amendment. If you believe you want to stop fraud in immigration, you have no choice but to support this amendment.
You have no choice but to support the Save America Act. That's a real Democrat right there. It's a real American patriot right there. The original Democratic Party. I know, my Republican friends. I know. But it's the truth. But now the Republican Party are the ones who are stepping up. And how did we do that? Well, we traded colors, but they still say the same things that Democrats from the 90s, the ones that I support, those are the Republicans today. Because all these Democrats that used to be American patriots have sold their souls to the devil. And they gave themselves to money, which is why they hate Trump, because he hasn't done that. Unlike them. And that, my friend, is the Democratic Party. Interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. But hey, let's vote for Democrats, even though they have sold our country. Oh no! Let me give you a little refresher in history. What happened when those Democrats like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and all these demon rats that are in the office right now? What happened when they started supporting globalism? They forgot about border security. They became traitors to the American people. They started bringing illegal immigrants when they saw that the only way to attack President Donald Trump was to bring more illegal immigrants and cry victimhood. Human rights is the biggest lie that they have convinced so many people. Human rights, it is not the same as legal rights. They use the black community to get their votes. They use the Native Americans. No one is illegal on stolen land. Well, let's talk about it. Chief Wildhorse from the Comanches. Imagine I came here illegally and I go in to the Comanche territory and I work with fake papers. Tell me, what should he do to me? I'm just working. I'm just looking out for my family. I went through Guatemala. I went through Mexico. And I came all the way to the Comanche territory. What should he do to me? Team Hype, the stupidity of your comments, I cannot even excuse. The history in our country is more than we have been alive. It is obvious. But nonetheless, it's history. It's what we know. And the choices that we make today is what will make a better future for our children, or worse. I just gave you an example of real Democrats applying the same policies, same rules that the Republican administration has right now. Globalism took away a lot of our farms. Globalism had took away a lot of manufacturing jobs. Globalism has given our economic power to China, to other countries, except us, the American people. If you don't comprehend that, don't tell me what happened more than 30 years ago, because this is the most recent history that we have. But you still don't get it because you've been brainwashed into hating the orange man. Isn't that crazy? I even tell you from their own mouths that they have today the same policies that we supported decades ago. It's crazy, ain't it? It's crazy. Oh, man. I have good news. President Donald Trump is about to speak again. I hope he comes and speaks before I have to go pick up my wife, because I want to cover it. Let's see. What do we got? Let's see. Here we go. Team Hype, not once have you ever given me a comment that supports American citizens. So I'm going to assume that either you're a retard or you're an illegal immigrant. Let me take a look and see. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me listen. Jason, I'm not telling Dennis to become a Democrat or be a Republican. Your knowledge has not increased. You don't want the paradigm to shift. You're still holding on to your programming. Bro, you've been watching too much science fiction movies. You really need to stop playing video games, bro. You don't know when to unplug. You don't know when to disconnect from fiction. Mike, you didn't address my counter. Happy Mac, what's going on, Happy? What you say? Let's see. Can someone please deal with Mike spamming his ass? Let me see. Mike. That's because of capitalism, because of Reagan. I don't know what that is. That's the problem when you guys don't call and talk. Learn history, bro. It's very simple. Smart. I believe J.D. Vance should be the next president, because I believe that Marco Rubio is still needed in his position. I know it sounds kind of selfish, right? But he needs to be where he's needed the most. And I think that after we're done with J.D. Vance and being in office, I think that Marco Rubio will be the perfect president that should continue that. Let's see. This guy. So you own a couple of businesses, which tells me that you are over $1 million a year. Either that or you have some piece of shit businesses. But I can tell you this. You will be charged a 51% taxes on this blue Democratic state if you don't live in Washington State. Jason Beatrice says Team Hype is the coward of the year. Congrats. Coward of the year. Congratulations, Team Hype. You are making a lot of friends in here. Let's see. Okay, Brooklyn, I'll give you a chance if you learned your lesson. History shows me not to leave my kids near Trump. Is that right? What history tells you that? You want to leave them near Biden? Sure. History doesn't teach you that. Don't lie to me. History hasn't taught you shit about that. You know what history should have taught you? Is that we have a justice system here that everybody, no matter how many times somebody mentions their name, no matter how many accusations, everybody is innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. So shut the hell up about your learning, because you haven't learned anything. With that being said, Rich G says, Team Hype, what's the name of your businesses? I don't want to make a comment on that, but that's a valid question. It's a valid question. Tax code 1031. Look it up. That's why you love Democrats, huh? Is that why you love Democrats? Because of the tax code 1031? Fantastic. Josh's Cooper is not blocked. I don't think so. I haven't blocked them. Noise. I don't know why I was blocked. I haven't blocked you, but just know that there is a strict chat from YouTube. So even if I say something that YouTube might think is wrong, it won't let me see it. It won't let you see it. It will just block it automatically. So try to change the wording, okay? Let's see. I was there only allowed to do for 24 hours or something like that. She must have been really bad. To justice system, buddy, you ain't got money. I don't know what the hell that means. Let's see. Oh, that's fantastic. Let's see. I get up at any time of the day, start a stream, and downgrade those to get up from 825. That's great. Congratulations, bro. Congratulations. But here you are, acting like a libtard. Billy Bob says, I'm trying to call. It's going straight to voicemail. That's because I'm not giving access to calls, my friend. You got to be patient. You got to be patient. Here we go. So now once I put that on there, I allow people to call, okay? There you go, bud. Mr. Magoo. Oh, man, I remember Mr. Magoo. Yeah. The old man. What was it? Officially blind. I used to watch it when I was a kid. We're really swimming in peace. No, Josh Cooper. Before the storm is over, it gets worse. We have conquered the air, the ocean, and we can annihilate the ground. But, you know, we want to make sure the Iranian people get a chance for the future. We're not horrible like that. All right, lines open. Go ahead, Billy Bob. Give me a call. Give me a call. Man, I don't know if I'm gonna do a live tomorrow. You gotta call when it's not blocked, okay? No blocked numbers. I think I put that on there. I didn't add the ED to the block, but that's what I mean. No blocked numbers. What's the name of your business, Tim Hype? Rich G really wants to know if that business is legit. Isn't that crazy? You get these people, listen to the way they come into my chat, right? First, they come and make false allegations that I had a DUI, and then that I did something to an 8-year-old, 10-year-old or something. They make up these fake allegations. They have multiple fake usernames, come up with the same rhetoric. You know, you would think there'd be smarter bots than that. There'd be smarter trollers than that. You would think that they will change some of the ways that they communicate, but they can't because they are the same simple-minded people, the same liars. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Abel Feria. Abel Feria. That means Abel's money. Money. Sandra says, at Mike O or Mike Zero, used to be to the Atway. I don't know what that means. Minnesota used to be at the top of for education. Now is at the bottom thanks to Democrats. That's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But I think that the low IQ people from Somalia have a lot to do with those stats. They're not very bright people. They're not very bright. Now, I think that if they assimilate it here in our country, there is a chance for their children to be smarter. But because they choose not to assimilate, they continue to practice their way of life, which is piracy, fraud, scams, spammers, etc. They gotta assimilate. Otherwise, they'll continue to be the same people from a third world country shithole. You gotta assimilate. You gotta change. You know, before the white man came to this country, America was getting owned by all kinds of different native savages. The innocent natives were getting killed by the stronger ones. This is such history throughout North America, Central America, and South America. Same history. A more recent fact, it's South Africa. I just say it like it is. Bro, no blocked numbers. Ah, man, this is like really, really low IQ. They don't understand. So, what I'm saying is, I put in, I put a video, and let me see if I can find. I think I still got some time. Let me see if I can go into my archives and see if I can find a video. Oh, man, I hope I didn't. I probably deleted it, to be honest, by now. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Let me see if I have it on a different folder. Nope. Don't block your number. Come on, buddy. Come on. Oh, man, I think I deleted it. Very unfortunate. But if I can remember his name, I can probably find it. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Ba-dee-up, ba-dee-ya-dee-ya-dee-ya. What is this here? A clip from 1993. What is this?
We use oyster shell all the time.
Let me watch this real quick.
For at least 40 years that I know of, why is immigration suddenly the buzzword among Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Socialists, Anarchists, everybody? Suddenly immigration is the hot issue. Why? Why now?
If you'd like me to respond, I'd be happy to. I think probably in the early part of the century, there were higher numbers. Since that time, I think the numbers have escalated tremendously. You see a lot of illegal smuggling. I'm told by the State Department that there are anywhere from 40 to 75 ships, either in the construction or on the high seas, bringing people illegally into this country. I think what you see, and you see it in Europe, you see it in Asia, and you're seeing it in this country, is a phenomenon of people who are moving, who are looking for opportunity. So it's worldwide. When you come to these two borders, you have to remember a couple of things. In Mexico, there is no welfare, there is no AFDC, there is no SSI, there is no Medicaid, there is no Social Security, there is no Medicare, and there's a 58-cent an hour minimum wage. Mexico does nothing to enforce its border. It is my view that if we are going to have a North American free trade agreement, that Mexico must do its share, because the day when America could be the welfare system for Mexico is gone. We simply can't afford it. And I think you've seen the figures to state and local governments of what the cost is. It's over $2 billion in California alone. And I have those figures, if you want them in specific, in my purse. And that's why the issue is now joined with 2 million illegal immigrants.
Wow, just Democrats. Democrats talked a lot about illegal immigrants. Why now they protect them? They used to be against illegal immigration, hardcore, just like we are today. Isn't that crazy? Everybody knows this one, right?
Say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
Not a single federal dollar, not a single federal dollar goes to undocumented immigrants. Not for Medicare, not for Medicaid, not for ACA. Why are they making up this lie?
All over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
Not a single.
Technology is so great, isn't it? Technology is so great. Yeah, you can catch the fraudsters now. You can catch the liars over and over and over and over. Oh, man. I'm telling you, though, man. You guys don't want to listen. I get it. Samuel, welcome, my friend. Good to see you on here. Let's see. Happy Man Coyote is correct. Yeah, Coyote is always correct. Let's see. Zuzu Moon. This is a Mexican illegal immigrant pretending to be a native somewhere in Arizona. So I don't care about his comments. But Antonio de la Rosa says, ask yourself why all the business have left California, any, etc. It's because they are fleeing high taxes. My friend, it's the same thing that's happening here in Washington State. So there is only one common denominator in all blue states and all blue cities, and that is they are Democrats. That's just the way it is. They call themselves Democrats, but they're not really Democrats. The real Democrats is the Republican Party today. Those Democrats who call themselves Democrats today, they are Marxist, communist, socialists. And I've said this many, many times. People on the left keep saying, liar, lies. How? Show me. Look at Mondani. We said Mondani was going to shit all over New York, and he is. Look at Hochul. Governor Hochul told the rich people, okay, go on, leave. You don't want to pay the taxes? Leave. And now she says, please come back. We need your support for our social services. And they don't say illegals won't get benefits. No, they still double down on that. But now they wish that the rich people were still in New York. New York is the most polluted people. It is saturated with population. People can barely walk down the street without bumping into each other on a busy hour. Traffic is a pain on the neck. And as much as they painted, we are doing all these things, Democrats, of course, we are doing all these things to make traffic more efficient. And all they do is cause more traffic. They want to encourage people to ride the bus, so they give them a bus lane. They want to encourage people to ride their bikes, so they give them a bike lane. And that makes less lanes for everybody else to drive in, thus causing more traffic. It is a problem. Allowing hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants all at once is not going to help. This is why we want migrants, but they got to be vetted. We can't accept migrants by the millions. I mean, nationwide, I think we can accept 1 million a year. And I'm talking about becoming residents. Let me take a look at the number in here. And let me see how many migrants are allowed. How many migrants allowed yearly in the U.S.? Let's see if we can get an answer. Here we go. See, I was right there. The U.S. typically allows approximately 675,000 permanent immigrants annually. 675,000 people become residents under the Immigration and Nationality Act. Broken down into family-sponsored, which is 480,000. Employment is based on 140,000, and diversity visas, 55,000. However, this cap is frequently exceeded because there are no numerical limits on visas for spouses, parents, and minor children of U.S. citizens. So you have to understand that the reason why that is because we need to have population control. And no, we're not going to do what the Chinese do. But what I'm saying about population control is there is a census that is done every 10 years. There is a affordability problem that if we don't regulate the number of people per state, we are going to cause a shortage of housing. It's going to raise the price on the rent. Taxes increasing, property taxes is going to increase the charge that people put on their tenants. Mortgage goes up. All these high taxes and just any other way that you can twist the word to raise a tax, they do it. They push away the rich people, and they push away companies, factories, manufacturers. It's what they do. So I don't understand how, even after knowing all of this, I don't understand how Democrats can still support Democrats. If you really want to support Democrats, you will support Republicans. Most of us have always supported Democratic policies. But they flipped. They left us behind. They have betrayed us. And well, whether you like the orange man or not, those policies are being implemented for our country. Do you not see how many people that are illegal become trolls? They got these hundreds, if not thousands, of phones in Africa, in India, and all they do is just become bots. They flood. I want you to understand this. They flood the social media and all the videos of conservatives and spew hate and all this other stuff. And when they go to the leftist channels, they go by the hundreds, by the thousands, hit like, share, comment positively. They say there's nothing wrong. They say everything is great. And of course, when people that don't keep up with politics, that don't go and research what's happening around the globe, who hates us, who supports us, why do we have to do this? Why do we have to do that? Their mind is so filled with hate and misinformation that when they come to our channels, they just can't take it. They can't handle the truth. That is crazy. It is crazy. Any American that is against me, I'm going to sound like Biden right now. Every American that is against me is not an American. If you don't vote for me, you're not American. But why? Why? Because I want to protect America. I want to put Americans first. It doesn't matter if I'm Hispanic. It doesn't matter if they call me a sellout or a traitor to my community. Okay, whatever. My oath is to the United States of America. And I'm going to continue to fight for Americans. It doesn't matter how much they hate me. See, the hateful, sometimes racist people are against me. Why? Because I believe in equality. I believe in equality. I do. I don't support blacks hating whites. I don't support whites hating blacks. I don't support any native tribe hating another native tribe. I don't support none of that. The Constitution says that we are all created equal with unalienable rights under God. But the Constitution of the United States of America was created for American citizens. That's who we, the people, are. So to my American people, God bless you, man. Thank you so much for being with me on here. There's a few members that I haven't added on here. But for those who are members, I want to say thank you so much for becoming members. Thank you for your support. Thanks for liking and subscribing. Let me go ahead and give you a little bit of thanks with my AI horrible ass dancing, giving you thanks. And maybe later today, if not tomorrow, I will add the new members to the list. All right, that's enough out of that. That's enough out of that. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you so much for your support. So I'm letting some people fly in here, guys. Let me see. Why for asking? Oh, you're asking questions? I am sorry. They don't take EBT on YouTube. Yeah, normally people would do a super chat. Is how they demand answers. Yeah. When you demand service, you better pay the piper. You got to pay the piper. Ain't nobody begging you for money. But if you want to start demanding, you better pay the piper. Otherwise, don't say jack squat. Oh, man, all the libtards right here, right there. Oh, for all the libtards. Open lower production at the request of Trump. Sure. Many countries in the American continent can do jobs like clothing, like socks, underwear, etc. And hey, Vet for Democracy, you're in my channel the whole time that I'm on. Why don't you get a job? Unbelievable. The nerves of these people. The nerves. Are you not entertained? That's what it's all about, baby. That's what it's all about. I love America, but I hate Trump, Jack. It's okay, Jack. You don't have to like Trump to support the policies that are in place. You can always hate the man, not the people who support the man. See, I don't hate anybody. But like for example, like Tammy right here. Hey, Jack, we hate you. I don't like that. Let's put him on timeout. Send him to the corner for 5 minutes. Have him think about what she said wrong. Here you go. Oh, I love doing this. Uh-oh. It's Trigger Tanya again. And with that, hippie, hey, brother. Thank you so much for stopping by. Get the hell out of my chat. You don't insult Tanya. Are you crazy? Are you crazy, bro? You are insulting the sweetest person on this damn chat. Go on. Go cry to mommy. Yeah, some people hate both, but you know what? We are here to speak the truth, and we are here to stand up for America. And doggone it, it doesn't matter what it takes. I'm going to continue doing it. Hey, I hope that you guys like the a little improvement on my emojis. I do need, I think it said, what was it? 11, no, was it 8 or, like 8 or 11 more members so that I can add more emojis. No, Billy Bob, I'm trying to give them a chance. What I want, I want to see their comments, and I want people to see their comments. Because in their comments is how they show their true colors. You have to understand when you read their comments, they tell you exactly what their mentality is, right? Like I know people that disagree with me, but they never come over here and start insulting me, giving false accusations, false testimony against me, right? That's what they do. And so those are the same people that I'm against. But I want to show the chat so that you can see their comments, so that you can see who I am up against. If you go to any libtard channel, any lefty channel that hates Trump, it's the same rhetoric. Here, for example, let me give credit. Let me give credit to this YouTuber, this content creator.
Muvard.
Let me give credit to this content creator. You know, number one, you know, he like everybody else, right? Listen to the way I talk, listen to the way he talks, and then you can take a look at his little subjects that he has up there, right? So he has these subjects up there that you can look at and you can read. And he says, this is his mentality. This is how he makes America great. Remove U.S. global presence. Okay, not bad. Ban AIPAC politicians. He doesn't know that we're friends with Israel, but that's okay. Cut ties with Israel. Okay. Yeah, cut ties with Israel and let's join Iran's terrorist. Okay, sure. Remove white men from power. Of course, he's not going to say white women because that's the women that he abuses. He has no respect for Caucasian people. And then cut the military budget because the military is so insignificant, they don't have to make a living. We're going to have to lower the pay for our military. So those people who join the military need to make less money. I shared this before, and I hope you guys go and tattle on me and show him. Show him. I'm sure he's called me just to cuss me out or say some stupid shit, but this guy is racist. His name is Santana. Take a listen to how he treats the people on this chat. And I'll let you know when I'm in.
You're stupid. I'm putting you in timeout as well. Like, I'm putting you in timeout for being stupid. I don't even care if you come up here and debate me or not, but I'm putting you in timeout for making stupid statements. I just dropped that link. Click the link. You guys are such cowards. They are so brave when they can hide in the comments. They're so brave hiding in the comments.
Yeah, guys. You're so brave hiding in the comments. He's right. You play brave hiding in the comments. The hat is good though. I will say that for real. A little gay, but yeah, you know, YMCA, you know, got to be supportive. Got to be supportive. Watch this.
They're so brave when they're hiding in the comments. What else? What else? Hey, they've stopped typing.
He said he puts people in timeout like I do, right? But then he says, "Oh, look, they stopped typing." This guy puts them in timeout, and then he says, "Look at that, they stopped typing." No shit, Sherlock. Of course they're going to stop typing. You're putting them in timeout. I'm going to laugh because I probably do the same. This is why sometimes I don't allow mods to mute people because they think I'm the one. I don't know if if they're muted or, whatever, right? I like to have control of the chat. So that's why it's not that I don't appreciate my mods. Absolutely, 100%. Man, Coyote, Brian, you guys know I appreciate you, right? But the reason why I don't allow you to block people sometimes is because I want to be able to speak to their dumb comments. And so if you block them and I don't know, and I ask them a question and they can't respond because you blocked them or muted them, what can I do, right? So I wish that he would have a common sense approach. If you look by all of the things that he put up there, right, is racist. It is a racist approach. That doesn't work. It's a racist approach, anti-Semitic, anti-military, that makes it anti-American. It's crazy. But I do like that hat. I think I might have to get it. I think I might have to. I'm going to have to look it up. All right, I'm coming in here pretty soon on my comment.
They're being really cautious with their words now. Tell me, who's responsible for the state?
All right, that's me. So they're talking about all these bad things about Trump. So my simple question is, he just said it, who is responsible for the state? That was my question. I didn't insult him. I haven't been trolling. I wanted to know if he would just answer a simple question, and he didn't have to answer it if he didn't read it, right? Because I would just say, you know what, I'm not putting a super chat, so he's not going to see it. I'm not going to demand an answer. But he reads it, so he saw it. I'm not demanding him to read it, but he saw it and he reads it out loud. And just because I asked, who is responsible for the state? Of course, it's the governor. But this is what he says to me.
What state? Fucking idiot. You keep replying. So yes, you indeed have a problem with being wrong. You just take a L and move. I don't know who you're talking about with that. Who else?
So then I said, any state. And here's the response.
Oh yeah, they've gotten really quiet now.
It happens when you block people.
Any state.
Listen,
all right, hey, whoever
Dennis Herrera.
Denny Shire or whatever. Listen, I'm not gonna fucking talk back and forth with you in the comments. I'm muting you. Click the link. Like again, you guys don't even have to.
So he gets mad at me because he thinks that I can see the link. There is no link. There is no link. And I guess the only people that can see the link is somebody in a computer. But I'm on my phone. So there is no link, and he's going off on me and everybody else, calling us cowards, etc. But then he realizes that something is wrong, and he didn't come back and say, I'm sorry, guys, I was talking shit about you. I'm sorry. It's the link only works here. I get it. I apologize. Nope. This is what he says.
Leave YouTube. I am giving you the opportunity to get up here and talk about it. I'm not going to fucking debate with the comments. I'm just going to mute you. I don't care what you guys are saying in the comments. I have no interest in actually debating the comments.
Tell him, brother. He has no patience for your comments either.
All you got to do is click that link. You don't even have to leave your safe space, Snowflake.
So I was going to try to tell him that there is no link, but he muted me, so I couldn't tell him. And he's over here cussing everybody out for no reason. Listen, I don't want you to hate the guy, okay? Because I could be making the same mistake. If there is anything that I learned, I will apologize if I give you a misstatement, okay? I will. But I'm not going to apologize for telling you the truth. But if, like people call me before, it's like, oh, well, I tried to call and you're not answering. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's right. I have airplane mode on. I don't want to take. You're right. Okay, now you can call. I apologize about that. I've done that many times, okay? But this guy, he's a libtard, and he didn't leer.
Guys, you should see this shit. Now all of them are hitting the mannequin challenge now. No one.
Everybody is staying quiet because they're cowards, according to him. You muted everybody, bro. Your mods and you muted everybody. I tried to message him like 3 times, and I couldn't get through. So it is what it is.
No one has anything to say.
Sorry, brother.
You said the link isn't clickable. No, the link is, you can click the link.
Nope, you can't.
Hold on. That's not true. I've tested that out.
Hey, don't block BC's comments. He's okay to say it. Oh, he retracted it. My bad. I thought he got blocked.
That is interesting. I see what you're saying.
See?
Oh, well, type the link out. It's a short link.
So he finds out that he mistakenly just cursed everybody out. He just cursed everybody out. So instead of apologizing, well, just copy the link. Oh, just type the link. It's very short. No, sir. First you say, oh, my bad. I apologize. Try to copy the link, right? BC says, I'm a lefty. I disagree with Dennis many occasions. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But this guy just cussed me out for no reason. So I have to share the libtard mentality with you. See, when I block you or I allow my mods to block you, is when you're sitting there, I asked a question. I said, who is responsible for the state, right? He blocked me. He called me an idiot, right? You heard it. Because I said any state. He asked me, I answered. I said any state. He didn't know. That is the truth. He didn't know that is the governor. But that's okay. But the fact that he muted me, just because I asked that, I didn't say, you a liar, you hypocrite, you piece of, right? I didn't come and raise false testimony against him. I didn't say all of the things that the leftists, or the libtards, not the leftists, the libtards, come into my chat to tell me. If I don't read your comment, I'm not looking at your comment. If you want to demand that I read your comment, see, I didn't demand for him to read it. If he didn't read it, it is what it is. But if you're going to demand it, you got to put a super chat on there. Yeah, you're not my boss. What's wrong with you? Matter of fact, you probably don't even like me being on here. So pay the piper, biatch.
I guess it's clickable for some and not clickable for others. It may be, it probably depends on your view. Regardless, it's a short link. Fuck it, it's still a short link. Click it, or if don't click it, then type it. I don't know. Fuck that. I don't care.
F it. I don't care. Man, you see what I'm saying? Oh man. You know what? Let me take a look. Where is that? Let me take a look at this Superman hat. I gotta find this hat, man. I gotta find this hat. Here we go. Oh, there's a nice one right there. Okay. Ooh, okay. You know what? I'm liking this. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm digging it. Oh, by the way, I love Superman, just so you know. So I'll give him credit for that. Let's see. Let's look up. Maybe he made it himself. Let's see. Huh. No, that's not it. Man, that's a really nice one on here, though. I'm going to have to get me some. Yeah, that looks tight. Huh. Okay. Yeah, you got some of these on Amazon, but I don't think they have the one I want. Anywho, so let's see. Well, how much time do we have here? 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Yeah, I type leather Superman hat, but it doesn't show. It doesn't show. There is a leather one, but that's not the Superman hat that I want. Men's. Woo! Cowhide leather baseball, genuine. $150, guys. $150. Man, that's crazy. And I'm going to show you a pimpin' Superman hat. Look at that hat. I'm going to get this hat for Suzu Moon. Super black quilted hat. Oh, it's pre-owned, so you get a discount. $12. Or best offer. Oh, man. Big Floyd, thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Satan is defeated. Not today, Satan. Not today. I can't speak English properly. Zuzu doesn't speak English. Now I get it. He's using Google Translate. That's why I can't understand what the hell he's talking about. Yeah, I wouldn't pay $150 for a hat. $47, well, $51 with taxes is about as much as I want to pay for a hat. That's right, made in America. America! Oh, man, you guys are fun. Hey, but why don't we continue the fun for another day? You know what? Happy Friday. That got it. Thank you for being here with me in the Dennis Herrera Show. You know, there is a live that is going on right now, but it's going to have to wait until after I pick up my wife. I do need a break. So I will come back tonight and we will bring out the future investment initiative remarks from President Donald J. Trump. The great white hope that a lot of libtards won't understand because they are beta. Let's go. Love you all, my family patriots. Thank you for standing strong with the United States of America. Don't lose hope. Trust in our military power. Trust that God is in control. It looks dark right now, but in the end, we will celebrate together. I can't wait. Thank you guys so much for being with me. I really do appreciate you. I know you guys appreciate what I do. Libtards will hate. Libtards will cry. But my American patriots will shine brighter than the sun every single day. Look at that green and blue. Let's go. Love you all. I'll see you later, okay? Let's have some fun tonight.